to see my name in lights, I give my life to this mic. My blood, sweat, and tears, I did it for many years. My career's in my hands, I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it oh so bad, I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours, sometimes I didn't eat, go out or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions, we gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me, I know they proud of me. So I push on, keep focused and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long, come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gon' be alright. Hey, I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Ready for this. This. Ready for this.
Trying to get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. We're Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means, getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Saying you don't love me.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America pre-show is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the fourth qualifier here in the South American region. My name is Kyle Walker. Yes, it is the penultimate qualifier. There's only 5 in this region, which means all of our competitors going head-to-head will be fighting for every single Global Series ranking points. Yes, they all want to make playoffs. They all want to make it to the FIFA E World Cup. And who knows, someone competing here could be our FIFA 21 FIFA E World Cup champion. Right, it's not just me that will be joining you for the next couple of days. Oh no. As always, the dream team are back together. We've got Rodrigo Ulibarri, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith joining us here. Richard, I'm coming straight to you to start with this one. All right, I'm liking the salute right there. It's good to have you with us. South American region, we know how stacked it is time and time again, but now it's the penultimate qualifier.
Super stacked region, but pretty much a dominant region for 2 players, PH Zin and Matthias Bonanno. Both of those 2 players going to be in action over the next couple of days. The question is, can somebody take that top spot off these 2? Because we've seen a couple of rumourings. Maybe Resende, he was victorious last time out. We've seen Nicholas pick up one of these region victories as well. But who's going to be stepping up at the final stages?
And Brandon Smith, it's great to have you back with us as usual. We're going to be going through some exciting FIFA 21 action. And I have a feeling this region, they've just got more to give us. We know the level's already up here. We're going to raise it all the way up here off camera.
It always seems to be the case, that, Carl, doesn't it? I mean, sort of month after month, we normally see the same sort of names, but there's so many names that keep popping up in South America, and that's why it's such a fantastic region. And I mean, I think we should talk about as well, it's the business end of the year now, isn't it? We've got playoffs just around the corner, we've got qualifier and today in March, and then we go again one more time in April, and it's done. And then we're looking forward to those playoffs, and then in the distance, not too far distance, we've got the E-World Cup final. So really getting to that sort of final stage now of the Global Series this year.
This season is flying by. Ulibarri, it's good to have you back with us as usual. And I've got to say, this is Brazil against Argentina. However, at this tournament, the Brazilian players, they completely outweigh the 2 Argentinians.
Yes, Cali, it's good to be back. And yeah, like you say, there are many Brazilian top players. We've seen that for years in competitive FIFA. But now it's not only Nicolas, right, racing that Argentinian flag. We now are seeing Matthias Bonanno just killing it. But then also PHC, which I think it made sense that after his display in the first 2 qualifiers being the champion, in the third one he relaxed maybe, But now it's also important to think about seeding, to think about showing your best game when the playoffs are coming, right? Because that's what matters the most, and that's what all these players are competing for.
They are indeed. There's plenty on offer right now, so make sure you do join us. If you're wondering, well, how do these tournaments normally work? Well, we've got the tournament format for you. Yes, our competitors, they're all hoping to get those Global Series ranking points. And how do they do that? Well, they compete at these tournaments right here. A set number of competitors will go head-to-head, hoping to make their way through to this moment right now. In a qualifier, before the qualifier, you can have up to 1,024 competitors at these qualifiers. It's not always that number, though. They'll battle it out until they get to this stage right here, live on Twitch. And over the 2 days, we'll have Xbox and PS4 competitors going head-to-head, hoping to be named champion of this region right here, with the money, with the Global Series ranking points, and making their way through to playoffs. And that's what they want. It's all important right there that they can make themselves through to playoffs in the road to the FIFA E World Cup. And that is happening all over the world, whether it's Europe, North America, West Asia and South Africa, Oceania and East Asia, or South America, where we are right here. Richard, we've got so many events happening, and week on week, as we get closer to that FIFA E World Cup, it gets more exciting.
Yeah, because the main reason, Kyle, with how the sort of season's going, you just alluded to it there, not everyone's going to be in these playoffs. And with only a couple of regionals left, the actual opportunity to get Global Series ranking points is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. You might have had 5 qualifiers in South America where you've finished top 12, for example, never been on a broadcast, but you're comfortably in the playoffs. You might have one amazing event, go to a final, go to a semi-final, and make enough points to get into it. It doesn't matter how many points or how you get into the playoffs. The only thing that matters is that you are in the playoffs.
That is it. If you can make your way through to those playoffs, well, who knows? You could be crowned champion at the FIFA E-World Cup later on in the year. We've got plenty of events still to come. Let's have a look at those this weekend. We're in the middle of the South American qualifier number 4. Also, the Oceania qualifier number 3. Day 1 is done and dusted. And then on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. And then it's back to the FIFA Global Series with Europe qualifier number 4, and then after a couple of weeks it's North America qualifier number 4 on the 10th and 11th of April, and then West Asia qualifier number 3. There's plenty of events that are happening right there, and in the graphic you've just seen, you might have gone, oh, there's one in the middle, what's that? That's the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. Yes, I cannot wait for it. It's going to be an exciting 3 days of FIFA 21 action showcasing some of the best. And we've got this video which tells you all about it.
Esta competición es única, sin precedentes. Sin rival. Fútbol en estado puro. Rivalidades que dividen países y los unen. Es algo que está en la sangre de cada persona en toda Sudamérica. Una competición con ninguna. Aquí se llevan los colores con orgullo. Es importante ser uno mismo. Es importante creer. Pero lo que de verdad importa es ganar. Este juego tiene el poder de cambiarte la vida para siempre. Esta es tu oportunidad de representar a tu país. ¿Crees que tienes lo que hay que tener? Juguemos.
If that does not get your juices flowing, if that does not get you excited for the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores, I don't know what is. Uli, I need to come to you on this one. We've tried to describe this tournament time and time again. Now we're only 2 days away from it. How would you describe it? How would you get all of the viewers to come and watch the E-Libertadores?
Well, I think it's pretty easy, Cal. It's just Copa Libertadores is in football as big as it gets in Latin American football. That's what European clubs are watching all the time, right? To sign the best prospects. So now we're gonna get the E-Libertadores. It's gonna be so tournament. I think even. And it just makes sense. Some of these players that we're gonna see in this weekend, some of them are gonna be, of course, in the finals of Libertadores. So it's gonna be tough for them. This arguably is the hardest part of the season in South America before playoffs. So it's really gonna be important for seeding and for the glory, of course. And then if you can get some prize money on the way, well, that's good as well.
It is indeed. I genuinely am so excited for that. So make sure you join us, all right, the 15th, 16th and 17th of March for the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores, right? There's plenty of FIFA 21 action coming your way over the next few weeks as well. And one of those on the March the 19th and March 26th is the FIFA Face-Off. We've been advertising it for such a long time, and now it's time to meet some of the members of the community that will be getting involved.
What's up, Castro?
Hey, Bateson, my man. I heard that you have found your player from the FIFA community to join your team.
We have, but I haven't let them know.
I'm about to add them to the call.
Congratulations, you're a part of my face-off team.
Get excited! I did not expect you to be behind the camera.
Yes, we are. And my man, on your team, you are going to be joined by a FIFA pro and celebrity to win you some big money out of a $25,000 prize pool.
Man, I'm sat here sweating. I'm like, is this like happening kind of thing? Like, I've never really lost the words like...
Hey, man, tell me, what are you going to bring to the table?
I'm not here just to compete. I'm here to win and take the trophy home and the 25k. Simple as that.
Catch Jordan and the team on March 19th on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA.
Yes, there's plenty of action coming up with the FIFA face-off. March 19th and March 26th. It's an opportunity for members of the community to get the chance to participate in this FIFA-themed game show. So make sure you do join us. And you know, you might be part of it again next year. Who knows? I just love how excited he was, the participant who's going to be in there. He couldn't believe it. Imagine, Richard, you turn your computer on, you've been told you've got a special guest that's going to be chatting to you. And it's Castro and Bateson. I mean, they're FIFA gods when it comes to content creators.
They are indeed, and just a quick story for you, Kyle. Back in FIFA 18, speaking of Bateson and Castro, me and Brandon actually played in a 2v2 tournament, and we beat Bateson and Castro in the final, me and Brandon. So there you have it. I mean, Bateson and Castro, yeah, you're good, but Richard and Brandon?
I mean, they're going to be in the FIFA face-off. What are you guys doing?
I'll be watching. I'll be watching from home.
It is a great opportunity to bring together the pros, the creators, as well as the FIFA community, and I'm looking forward to that March 19th and 26th, so make sure you join us to get involved in all of that action right there. Right, back to this tournament. It is the fourth qualifier in the South American region right here. All our competitors going head-to-head. Day one is going to be Xbox, and as you can see, P8 Zin, he will be representing R10. We know what he's capable of. We know what he can do. Will he be able to take the crown? We will find out today. Next up, Gabriel PN R10 as well. Another member of the R10 team. They'll be facing off against each other in that first matchup. Very, very exciting. Who will come out on top? We will find out. Next up, NSE Klinger from Brazil. He's hoping to cause an upset here on this Saturday, the first day of the fourth qualifier in the South American region. Can he do it? Once again, we'll find out. Inter's Resende. We know what he's capable of. We know what he can do. And we know that he is here to win. And will he be able to do that? He's got some tough competition, but he'll be hoping to come out on top. Right, those four competitors going head-to-head against each other. Uli, when we're looking at them, there's three household names. We all know them, but there's one, NSE Klinger. What can you tell me about him, Uli?
Well, I can tell you that he plays for a really good esports organization, right? And Resende now represents Inter. But, yeah, of course, they have really big scouts, really good scouts in Brazil. And yeah, he will have some pressure, but you don't get to a team like NSE without showing something at the national level at least, right? So I think it's going to be a tough game for both. Resende, current champion, but if he wants to go back-to-back champion, well, he has to go all the way through losers bracket, so that's going to be a good challenge for the champ.
It is going to be a great challenge. These four competitors, Brandon, going head-to-head. When you're looking at Resende, he's currently sitting in that losers bracket side of things, so there's a little bit more pressure on him. But if there's one man that can come out of the losers bracket, if there's one man that can take it all the way to the grand final and cause a bracket reset, it is Resende.
Yeah, I think you'd honestly say so, Khan. If you look across the board as well, I think credit to Gabriel P8 Zin and, of course, Resende. All three of those players have qualified for 3 out of the 4 in terms of a top 4 finish on the broadcast. So they have been so clinical this year, hence why they're ranked first, second and third at the moment on those Global Series rankings. I think the one thing that would annoy me if I was on the Xbox is, like, you've got P8 Zin, Gabriel, and of course Resende always taking the spot in the broadcast. You know, if I'm on the outside, it's like, can one of them please slip up just for 1 month so we can try and get in the broadcast and so we can try and climb up those rankings. You can see the Global Series rankings there and you can exactly see how tight it really is.
It is indeed. Having a look at it right there, you can see the top 5 on each of our consoles, PlayStation and Xbox. And if we're looking at the PlayStation side of things, Matthias Bonanno, he sits at the top with 2,374, followed by Atlanta's Paulo Neto. Then it's Nicholas the Iceman and then Crepaldi and Nathan SR22 right there. On the Xbox side of things, P8 Zine, he sits at the top. Resende sits second on the same points. It's so close. And then following him, as you can see, Gabriel PNR10, Strim Rampazzo 975, and Valent, he's on 925. But let's focus at those top two right there. Yes, those two that will be going head to head. Resende and P8 Zine, both on different sides of the bracket right now, but both of them tied at the top. Richard, when we're having a look at their previous qualifiers, what they've managed to do, Global Series qualifier number 1, Resende was 4th, and this is what we had number 1 right there in P8 Zine. He won that first tournament. The second Global Series one, Resende finished 5th, but it was P8 Zine who finished 1st. But then in Global Series number 3, that qualifier, it was Resende who came out on top, and P8 Zine, he wasn't there. Richard, I mean, they're both on the same points, but they've had different seasons, let's say that.
When P8 Zine qualifies for an event, P8 Zine wins that event. I mean, that's the only thing we can talk about right now. He qualified for the first 2. He was victorious in those 2. Qualifier number 3, didn't even make it. Didn't need to. And then qualifier number 4 we're in right now. I would be surprised if he didn't go on and win it. And a little bit early prediction there, but also the consistency that he's had across the board. A couple of weeks ago, the FIFA E Club World Cup, his team that he represented with ESL Torneos right there, what did he do? He was in an event and he won said event in South America. So it's been an unbelievable season for P8 Zine, but Resende has been right alongside him.
He has indeed. Brandon, when you're looking at those two going head-to-head, it is leading to the playoffs. Then it's leading to the FIFA E World Cup. But the matched 1,320 points, it is going to be every single Global Series ranking points is going to be important right now.
No, it is indeed, Kyle. I think that the story you've got here, which is fantastic, if Resende was to go on this loser bracket run today and win, you would be going into Qualifier 5 next month with P8 Zine winning 2 and Resende winning 2. Yes, that's a huge job to go for the loser bracket, but just, echoing what Richard said, P8 Zine is having the season of his life. 2 major tournaments, probably the most consistent player in the Global Series, you'd have to say, alongside, Matthias Bonanno on the PlayStation. In South America, they've just been so dominant. Some of their big names have been really, really dominant this year. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top by the end of play today.
Uli, I'm not going to ask you who's the best out of the 2 players. I'm going to ask you for one thing that you like from both of those players, Resende and P8 Zine.
Well, Resende, I like his consistency. This is a marathon, right? So you have to stay on top. And Resende knows that we've seen in previous years that he can go really make a deep run even in the FIFA World Cup, right? So we're talking about one of the biggest names in Brazil, so you have to respect that. Now P8 Zine, though, there's a reason why I started calling him the Beast. As you were saying, when he shows up, Richard was saying, right, when he shows up to top 6, when we see P8 Zine in the broadcast, he just wins the whole thing, right? That's the story this season. So the thing is, beasts also need to rest every now and then. So after, back-to-back champion, he's like, you know what, I'm going to allow the rest to also have a sense of that glory, right, that I've been experiencing. And now he's back. And I think the beast, being in winner's bracket, honestly, if Resende wins this, it's going to be crazy. If he loses bracket and then in the final, he would have to make a reset against Gabriel or the beast P8 Zine. So that would be just amazing from Resende. Let's see if he can do it.
Let's see if he can do that indeed. Let's jump into our top 3. Yes, it's not just excellent analysis. It's not just 4 very, very good-looking, handsome chaps in the stream right now. You also get to learn something if you're tuning in and you're watching as well. We've got our top 3 from Brandon Smith, midfield players that would be allowed, that might be featuring here. And Brandon, talk me through these 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, the Global Series this year, there's been a number of restrictions. When new promos have come out, whether it's, you know, Future Stars, whether it's Team of the Year, you know, those restrictions have sort of got bigger and bigger, and you can fit more Team of the Years or icons in. I know that Richard's going to be showing his three in a second, but for me, I think Curtis Jones, that Future Star item first and foremost. Very, very good midfielder, 88 overall. You know, I think for a lot of people, quite an achievable player to get in your weekend league team for a casual level. You go along the line, a little bit more of an expensive man, and we get more expensive as we go along. Ruud Gullit, that man's been a staple in competitive FIFA, let alone FIFA Ultimate Team, since he got involved back in FIFA 17 and was one of the sort of pinnacle icons, that everybody loved to use. You know, might not be the rating of a Bruno Fernandez, but Kevin De Bruyne, Team of the Year, should still not be looked down upon. 96 overall, still offers you so much as a complete midfielder that can get back and defend and can also get the ball forward. Yes, he costs a lot of coins, but you see, over the next 2 days, these pro players, there'll be a couple of Kevin De Bruyne's in the team. There'll be a couple of Ruud Gullits you'd like to say. And for me, those are the top three that I would love to see. I would love to have in my team on FIFA 21.
Now, very interesting that you said Kevin De Bruyne right there, because, would you look at this? Oh, look at this. Team of the Year foot item right there. Oh, have a quick look. It's signed. Oh, it's signed by the man himself as well. Oh, yeah. Kevin, shout out you. Thank you so much for signing this for me. Richard, Brandon, Uli, have you got one?
No.
Yeah, I've got one for you.
Oh, here we go. Who's he got? Lewis Dunk or something?
Lad called Smith, 78 rated, plays for Brighton. Quite a good item. One of my highlight stats is 59 dribbling. If I can just get that on the camera, no. Oh, no.
No, we can't. I've seen you play. That is generous right there. 59 is generous. Right, Richard, let's jump into your top three midfielders. Let's have a look who you chose.
Well, it's funny you talk about midfielders in Manchester because I've got the better one, Kyle Walker.
Oh!
I've got Team of the Year, Bruno Fernandez, as one of the highlight players. Arguably the best centre mid in FIFA 21 right there. Incredible stats across the board. He can play CDM, he can play centre attacking mid, he can play central mid. You can even put him up striker if you really wanted to. An incredible player. And with this sort of market as it is right now, he has come down quite a considerable amount in price as well. Second up, we've gone with an icon. Fits into the icon requirements for the Global Series, and that's Patrick Vieira. Not the prime or the prime moments Vieira, but the mid-88 Patrick Vieira. Super quick, quite sort of nimble on the ball as well, and just an absolute tank in the midfield. And third up, I've gone for a player that fits into the -86 rating requirements on the FIFA Global Series squad restrictions, and that's the road to the final, Renato Sanchez. This particular foot item, it's a live foot item. However, with Lille's exit from the Europa League to the hands of Ajax, it will be stationary at an 84 rated player, meaning that his price really won't fluctuate too much on the market right now. He was up at like 1.4 million while they were still in the Europa League, but roughly about 700 to 750,000 coins on the PlayStation market. This is a perfect pickup for that centre mid spot. Gets the good links to the other Portuguese and League One players, and an absolute gem to have in your midfield.
He is indeed. Richard, Brandon, thank you so much for that. The top three midfielders that we might see at this tournament right here. Right, we're getting so close to kicking off all of the action, so make sure you stick with us throughout this evening. And remember as well that Mercado Libre, yes, they are one of our sponsors. And with Mercado Libre, you get the best of FIFA 21 Global Series action. So make sure you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. Right, we are getting so close to it. Make sure you stick with us. We're going to have a short break, and then we will be back to kick off the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 4.
We out here trying to get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper. It could be whatever, weather, rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline, hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret, cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper, but we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle, but some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance, but if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret, cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper, but we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is a South America qualifier number 4. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulibarri and Uli. We're moments away from the action right here. Two heavyweights going head to head. What a way to start the tournament.
Yeah, and so far South America has been so good. Plenty of goals, offensive players. Even the defensive players, when they actually need the goal, they show us that. All Brazilian players are just so good with skills. And then the mix of styles in Argentina also, with Nicolas being more defensive, and then we see Matthias being more balanced, a bit more an attacking player. So yeah, I just want to talk a little bit because we saw the ranking, right? And we talk about like Gabriel, Resende, PHC, Matthias, Nicolas. Yes, they always. It seems like they're always here. They always make it to the broadcast. But then we also saw in the top 5 2 players on Xbox and PS4 that we might have not seen yet in the broadcast, but of course we'll see in playoffs. And it's just important to acknowledge that to be in these competitions, to make it to this point all the time, like back to back to back, it's just crazy. It's so tough. We're talking about the best players in the whole region, and these guys just keep being here. So honestly, what a season from these players. We're seeing very dominant performances in South America.
Dominant performances indeed. We want to hear from you as well, as all of our FIFA 21 action is happening. Make sure you use the hashtag FGS21. That mention right there, EA Sports FIFA. Jump onto Twitter, let us know your thoughts. Make sure that you join the conversation. Right, we're moments away from our first matchup. Let's get some more details about these players right now. The 2 players going head to head. PHC, he plays for the team R10 from Brazil. Favorite formation 4-4-2. Favorite club Flamengo. First FIFA title FIFA 18. And we know that this player is a household name, Uli, but this is a player that he's going to want to go on. He's going to want to dominate this entire region, isn't he?
Yes, Cal. Just before we get into that, he was born in 2003. 2003, like, doesn't that make you feel a bit old? We're about 1992, right?
Whoa.
Wow.
No, I'm 2000.
No.
2000.
2000, really?
No,
wow.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
No, but yeah, many young players as well, many young talents in all the regions. I think so far this has been such a good season for competitive FIFA, and I can't wait for playoffs because I want to see all these amazing players from all these regions play against each other, right, in the FIFA World Cup. So really looking forward to that. But first, they have to secure their spot in playoffs.
From our second player, going head to head right here in the first matchup. Gabriel PN, he plays for the team R10 as well. He was born in 2000, just like me. He's from Brazil. Favorite formation 4-4-2. He also supports Flamengo, but his first FIFA title was FIFA 2007. Uli, he was playing FIFA when he was 7 years old.
That's right. Well, I can see that happening. We've seen more crazy things, like I can't remember the name right now, but we saw some competitor that he was born like in 2000 and his favorite FIFA was FIFA 94. So this is nothing, Kyle. Honestly, this is nothing. 7 years old, yeah, I can see that happening. And both players, I think PHC, of course, is the favorite in this matchup, but Gabriel has to be alongside Paulo Neto, the best players in South America in this season that haven't won a qualifier. So of course, Gabriel wants to make a stand in this game.
He does indeed. Let's see how the 2 teams line up, how the competitors will be facing off against each other. We can see their squads right there. Some of those foot items you may wish you had. And looking at them, Uli, just off the instance, I mean, Team of the Year Mbappe. You've got Team of the Year Messi. We've got Bruno Fernandez, Player of the Month. But looking at this squad right here, the one that always jumps out to me is João Cancelo and Kyle Walker centre-back partnership.
Yeah, alongside Reece James. Actually, it's a bit more for chemistry. Cancelo there in the actual game. In-game, he goes right back, and Reece James with Kyle Walker, the center back, are just the way to go right now. And then, of course, Mbappe Team of the Year. No Kevin De Bruyne. I'm sorry, Cal, but it's just Bruno Fernandez. It's just, it's just such a good food item this season. But also, a better defense. But then we see the gold version of Neymar, right? Whereas here we see a Varane 87. Both with the same keeper, by the way. Both with Michael moments. So has to be very reliable goalkeeper. Now we haven't seen him yet in South America qualifiers, so it's going to be interesting to see.
It is going to be very, very interesting to see indeed. This is how both of them do line up right there. It's exciting. It's very, very exciting. We're moments away from the FIFA 21 Global Series. I think we're ready to go. I think we're ready to bring in Richard and Brandon. We're moments away from the action right here. So should we throw it over to them? I'd love to hear Richard and Brandon's reaction to their teams. Richard, I'll start with you. What do you make of the teams?
I'm very sort of intrigued by the squad right there, Kyle. Interestingly, Team of the Year Messi as well, a player that we'd never really see outside of the La Liga Santander Fan Cups. Messi, especially taking one of those sort of premium selections. But two pretty standard teams, but there's a few options in there that caught my eye, to say the least. Just like you're catching my eye right now, Brandon Smith.
Always so kind, Richard Buckler. We're back for qualifier number 4 here in South America, guiding you through the Xbox action today. And it sort of feels like the common theme at the moment for FIFA Pros, Rich, is to use fullbacks across the fullback line. I mean, I saw Varane in there, red pick for Gabriel, but on the flip side, what is it about these fullbacks? They're just offering so much pace, aren't they? And they're just so good overall.
No, absolutely. That's just the meta right now, and really, with how strong through balls are in the final third especially, you have to have the pace across the back four to be able to catch those through balls, to be able to react quickly on the back foot. And the majority of centre-backs in the game aren't quick enough. You see Varane instantly getting targeted right there by that through ball into Team of the Year CR7.
Yeah, well, it's going to be PHG kicking from left to right in this one. Gabriel, PN from right to left. Fun fact, they're both teammates. They both play for Ronaldinho's esports organisation. And if you cast your mind back, all the way back to December, these two matched up in the grand final. Now, PHG won his first major. His whole FIFA esports career, he sort of kicked off the year in the best way possible. We want to hear from you guys in the chat. Let us know. Type PHG or Gabriel. Who do you think is going to win? You can cast your vote in the Twitch chat. We'll be looking at interacting with you guys. Maybe a couple of questions between the games. Maybe your favourite formation or your favourite in-game item this year on FIFA 21 Ultimate Team. But I mentioned it in the game and the preview sort of section of today's competition, Rich. Both these players have managed to 3 out of 4 top 4 finishes. I mean, that's broadcast as well. That's incredible.
Oh, incredible consistency by both of these two. Chance here, talking about that Team here, Messi, looking for the finesse on his right foot rather than his left. But when you look across the other regions, there's been a couple of players who have qualified for multiple events. Joxan being one of the main ones in North America, Adriman in Europe. But nobody has really shown that winning formula like PHZin or Matheus Banano have, other than potentially Joxan.
Here comes Gabriel again now. Lots of space out on this far-hand side for Ousmane Dembele to try and express himself and show what he's all about. Unfortunately, he does get dispossessed and possession will flip hand. On the flip side for this man in possession, what a season he's having. That's not a pass to remember from out the back. Here comes Gabriel. Can he trick the defenders? Hoofed away in the end by Reece James. We might not have seen this player in qualifying number 3 last month. Here's Gabriel still with Messi, that wild card pick that we questioned and maybe thought, why is he in the starting 11? He's clearly there for a reason. If he was to score a goal or two, I mean, Gabriel, I'm sure, would be able to justify that point. Messi round the corner, brilliant ball into Mbappe, again clutch defender at the back. But on that topic of qualifying number 3, we didn't see PH in the broadcast. I think he made a top 16 run. And you're probably thinking, where's he been? What's he been doing? I think he's been putting all his energy into that E-Club World Cup, because we commentated on that tournament, Richard, a couple of weeks ago, and it was him and his teammates in MH7 that sort of made this team for E-Liga Sul Online Torneos, and they won the whole tournament. They won South America.
It wasn't easy for them in that tournament. Footwiz Brazil took them all the way to a game 5, but they did come out victorious in the end and certainly proved their worth to E-Liga Sul Torneos.
And the story of today is if PHG was to win it, that'd be 3 titles out of the 4 qualifiers. Incredible consistency from the R10 player of Ronaldinho's esports organisation. They have been, I mean, dominating the Xbox, to be honest. You look across the board of all the players that represent this organisation. Gabriel, as I said, has been in 3 qualifiers. The only other player that hasn't been part of R10 has been Inter's Resende. Chance to build the ball forward now. Sergino Dest, an interesting choice. You know, a sort of fullback. Not always the most popular choice. You have to remember that these guys are playing on their own foot accounts, which, of course, will build up over time with Team of the Year items, icons. As we're seeing this time around, that prime icon moment, Schmeichel is the goalkeeper of choice. And I cast my mind back to the Club World Cup because Schmeichel was incredible. Some of the double saves he was pulling off. I know goalkeeper's always personal preference at the end of the day, but it sort of feels like when the season goes through, there's like different seasonal moments for the goalkeeper. Maybe we kick off with Alisson, then we go to an icon, then we go back to another Team of the Year player. Now we're sort of in the spring season, and that seems to be Schmeichel's time to go in goal.
And I don't even think that was the prime moment Schmeichel either. I think it was just the normal, regular prime Schmeichel. So technically, this one should be even better than the one that we saw in the FIFA Club World Cup.
Here's PH in now. Hernandez, can he get the ball back inside? Wins a corner. 33 minutes played here in our winners match in qualifier number 4 in South America. Really nicely done. Can he find a way down the byline? Wins another corner for his efforts. This is PH Zin. Man joint top on the Global Series rankings. In towards that front post. It's flicked up. And as always, it's that man, Cristiano Ronaldo, leaping above the rest and leaping the ball over the head of the great Daly in goal. That's 1-0. PH Zin in the driving seat here.
Just that corner whipped into the box. If you're not going to commit with your goalkeeper all the way out, unfortunately, Ronaldo is always going to be the favourite to win the header. Glancing the ball past the goalkeeper into the back of the net. And these two teammates now turned rivals in our winners bracket final. The top dog leading again, PH Zin.
If you're not familiar with the format of the tournament here in the Global Series, it's over 2 legs with an aggregate scoreline, so still a long time to play. At least another 3 halves of FIFA in front of us, but could be PH Zin going into the break with a very small lead. That goal from Cristiano Ronaldo from a corner is all sorts as well. Shows how important set pieces really can be, whether it's a free kick, whether it's a corner, and also how deadly Cristiano Ronaldo is in the box. He's just sort of got his own leap, hasn't he? His own technique, Ronaldo.
It's just different, isn't he? The way that it's that custom body type, the way that he gets up, the way that he sort of hangs himself in the air as well. It's a true sort of player that can't be replicated. There's a lot of players that sort of have similar stats. Chance here for Neymar inside the box, left-footed strike into the bottom left corner, and PH Zin leads 2-0.
And it's all business for the 2-time champion this year in the FIFA 21 Global Series. Neymar this time to extend that cushion to 2 goals. This is your winners' final. Whoever wins this goes straight into the grand final tonight. They can put their feet up for an hour or two. I'm sure neither of them want to drop down to the loser bracket. These two are the only 2 players that have not tasted a defeat in this whole qualification process. You look at the runs that they had. Sort of like a qualifier to get into this qualifier. Everyone often sees that a couple of weekends ago. Could be 3 into the box. Ronaldo's there, punched away by Schmeichel. And that'll do us for 45 minutes. At the moment, it's all smiles for PH Zin. He leads by 2-0.
He's cruising at the minute, isn't he? You can see the teams that both of these 2 players are using. A 4-4-2 up against a 4-2-3-1 at half-time. Yeah, just looking at a quick glance across the bench. Adama Traore, Marcus Rashford. You see Baudau right there. Renier, the Future Stars objective. Have you done any of the player objectives? I think we had Fofana, Cucurella and Renier. Myself, I can't say I've completed any. I would say I see more Fofanas than any of the other 2. I think centre-back's sort of an area that is lacking if you don't have a lot of coins. For a free objective, I think that Fofana was decent for a majority of players.
He wasn't too bad.
Spotted any? Yeah.
I was going to say, he came in, what was his top item? Was it only I suppose only high 70s pace though, which for me...
It's 79, yeah.
I still don't think that's enough. Charles, what a cheeky chip that is! What a goal from Gabriel. Straight from kickoff, 49 minutes played in. And it's that team of the year, Kylian Mbappe, catching me and Richard off guard, and more importantly, PH Zin off guard.
Beautiful little dink over the goalkeeper right there. Straight from kickoff. Very good composure to see where the goalkeeper was as well, and just delicately luff the ball over his head. Half in the deficit straight away in this second half of the first leg.
Such an acute angle as well to try and put that into the back, and the decision making has to be on point, and that's exactly what it was for Gabriel. As I said, this could be a bit of revenge for him. He does not want to go down to the loser bracket. No one does. These two played in the grand final. PH in. Ronaldo back to Mbappe. Lovely scoop turn! And into the top corner. Mbappe strikes down one end and he strikes straight back down the other for PH in.
Didn't even look like it was an angle that was on to shoot at. Team of the year, Kylian Mbappe. He might only have a 4-star weak foot, but absolutely rocketing that ball off his left foot into the top corner.
I'll tell you what, there could be more goals to talk about. Mbappe, again, dancing in the box. Could be a fortunate bounce back. It's done. It's dealt with. Very well, I should say, by Kyle Walker. But this game suddenly feels like it's just come to life. And there's another great ball. Mbappe, can he stay composed? Tries to fake shot his way through the legs of the defender there. Chances at either end. 60 minutes played. Still a second leg to come up between these two. First against third in the rankings. So open at the back there both are. Mbappe pushed off the ball by James. Far too easy. Gabriel will be saying.
It's almost like they just sent a message to each other at half-time saying, OK, let's both go out attack now. Like, literally, it's a completely different game to what we saw in the first half.
I mean, what? First 45 minutes, we saw only 2 chances from PH, and he scored them both. On the flip side, these sort of 40-yard through balls we're seeing that are being launched into the box, and it's the last man has really made this an exciting last 30 minutes. And they're into it now. We've got a second leg coming up straight after. Gabriel interchanges well with his midfield trio of Messi, Firmino, and Bruno Fernandez. Of course, Messi just slightly in front. Lovely scoop turn again. Mbappe treacles it just under the goalkeeper's right-hand side there. It's a brace for the Frenchman. And that's a really important goal. I mean, yes, there's still 24 minutes left in this first leg. But we know FIFA, Richard. We've watched too much of it. In terms of 1 goal's nothing in these games. We even went out on a couple of times myself and said even a 3-goal cushion across 2 legs is not enough.
Absolutely. When you play 2 legs of FIFA, you have to be fully switched on the entire time. With how sort of good team presses and you can get players high up the pitch to get back into the game. Neymar inside the box again. Good little shield off there from his defender. But you just... It seems like every single shot that these two are having is resulting in a goal right now. Mbappe on his left foot. Ronaldo headers. Like, the half chances are all flying into the back of the net.
Let's not forget as well, Richard, the types of players that are being used. Team of the year items, icons, the players that have got a sort of high 90-plus finishing stats in front of goal. You can't give them a chance. Even against the best goalkeepers, they're still going to find a way through. Bruno Fernandez just offside is Mbappe. Could have been a goal. Slightly too keen was the Frenchman.
Still scored though, didn't he? On the left foot.
Trying to think across the board. Would you say we see more Team of the Year Ronaldos than Mbappe's? Do you think it varies depending on regions?
I would say Mbappe just because he's a little bit more cheap. And obviously these players using their own accounts. With Ronaldo's price being a little bit more, I think Mbappe is the easier option to get in and you can get better players for obviously cheaper. But I would say that Ronaldo is more impactful.
It's just something about Cristiano Ronaldo. Even though he doesn't have a 5-star weak foot, it doesn't matter for the Portuguese forward. Still so clinical in front of goal. Just aerial. He's a threat in the air. He's can be so good for you being at the back. Chance Ronaldo. Speaking of Cristiano Ronaldo, look no further. For moments like that, when he is clinical. 81 minutes on the clock. That's a 2-goal cushion that PH would have been dreaming of coming into this first leg.
And that's having ultimate confidence in your players that you're putting out on the pitch right there. Because PhD knows Cristiano Ronaldo, Team of the Year, ball rolling across his body, keeper rushing out. I'm still going to take that first time with my left foot. And I've got full confidence in Ronaldo that he's going to smash that past the goalkeeper.
Is there more to come? We know there's still a second leg to play, but 6 goals in 1 leg. Is there a 7th in the form of Mbappe? Wants to play it back inside to Bruno Fernandez. It will be PH Zins. Player instead does pick up the ball. Chance to break forward now. He's got Ronaldo in acres of space. Neymar's just on that left. Tries the ball roll around the corner. It was a very risky tackle at the back from Gabriel. He made sure. He did just collect the danger. There might be enough time for one more attempt. Maybe the last chance of the game for Gabriel to get that ball forward.
Just before this game started, we were talking about Schmeichel, weren't we? I don't recall Schmeichel making a save for either player.
You're absolutely right. I don't think he really has. Chance around the corner again, just too heavy for Ousmane Dembele. Hasn't had the best of games, the French winger. Been quite quiet on that right-hand side. A minute of added time, and that will do us for leg one here in your winners' final. Qualifier number 4 in South America. Ball goes forward long. Heads it back that way. Back into danger, actually. Gabriel was to snatch a late goal now. Completely PHN's fault. Scoop turn. Wins a corner. That's the only time the referee will play on it in extra time. What's that post? Schmeichel's there. Get something onto it. And I think that'll do us for leg number 1. Yeah, that might have been Schmeichel's only involvement in the 90 minutes across both of these two. But that's leg 1 concluded. The 2-goal cushion, as we said, that PHN would have been dreaming of, Richard, has come to light. 6 goals in leg number 1. We knew it was going to be competitive, and I think it's delivered much more than we knew it was going to. First against third in these playoffs. A very, very good game.
4 shots on target, 4 goals for PHN in that first leg of FIFA right there. We're going to see the best moments of the first leg. That glancing header from Ronaldo opening the scoring, and then this chance just before the end of the first half. Neymar in behind and then smashed across the goalkeeper. Schmeichel nowhere near that. No keeper is going to save that. But there is one chance, 2 goals I think actually, where maybe you ask a little bit more of your goalkeeper. Mbappe here, just inside, a little dink over the goalkeeper. That's a great goal. I think it's PHN's final chance that he has, where he plays a through ball into Ronaldo and the keeper rushes out. Maybe on another day, you ask your goalkeeper to save that one. At the near post there, Mbappe on his weak foot, maybe you ask a few more questions of the goalkeeper. I think this is a fantastic strike, in all honesty, from Kylian Mbappe. It sort of trickles into the back of the net, but pinpoint precision. But this one just here, the final goal of the game. Your opinion, do you think the goalkeeper... Are you disappointed with your goalkeeper if he doesn't save that?
He comes out, doesn't he? And he sort of goes with his...
I think it's there to be saved.
Too late, yeah. I mean, and that's a tight angle to score from. I think that one and the Mbappe chance, as you said, that just sort of trickled into the back of the net. Again, that concludes leg 1 here. 4 goals to 2. PHN does lead. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we are back, we will conclude this winners' final with leg number 2. And I can't wait for that one, Richard, because as you said, there's going to still be so much more to see in this game. We saw 6 goals in leg number 1. Game 2 could be the exact same.
Yeah, game 2 is going to be incredible. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be victorious in leg number 2 between PHN and Gabriel. Don't go anywhere. A couple of minutes. Game 2 coming up.
Get ready for this.
Tryna get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. You know we out here tryna get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you.
Welcome back to qualifier number 4. And we're already jumping into this second game where there's been 2 goals in 9 minutes. We knew that we saw goals in leg number 1, Richard. We came into this one a couple of minutes late. End-to-end FIFA from the get-go. I mean, the 2-goal cushion is still safe and it is still there for PH I mean, what have we missed in these opening 9 minutes? We think Mbappe scored 1. Not too sure who got the other goal. What a start to this one.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll watch it in the highlights at the end of the game, who scored that first goal in this matchup. Apologies for the 9 minutes of gameplay that were missed. Sure, that won't be a problem in the future matches.
Yeah, the scoreline does still say the same. This time it is Gabriel, though, from left to right in possession now. And on the flip side, PH from right to left. Here comes Gabriel Mbappe. He's got options in support. A couple of ball rolls. Tries to give him that pocket of space. Neymar back inside to Messi. Deflected into the back of the net. And we've got a game on our hands. Just 16 minutes into it. That wild card pick that we question Messi. We know he's a fantastic foot iron, but not always the type of play you'll see in the starting 11. Well, that one, 60 minutes played. That's another goal back. 5 goals to 4. End-to-end FIFA between these two.
Game well and truly back on right now. Gabriel, beautiful double tap into Messi and then just volleyed past the goalkeeper.
And there's PH in. Straight back down the other end. End-to-end, literally 4 goals in 20 minutes. So clinical, both of these two, and they're just able to sort of pick apart each other's defence, so it seems, with ease. And again, I think we'll question Schmeichel. Where is he? Is he here to make a save?
Again, it's one of those games where it is a true end-to-end match. Often we talk about games being sort of high-octane, offensive matches. This is that game right now.
Oh, and straight back down the other end. That was the right foot of Messi. It might be 4 stars, but another goal just after 4 minutes again brings the game back in touch. The Gabriel, he still is down by 6 goals to 5, but that's 11 goals we've seen now.
Whatever you can do, I can do better. What a game. 2 teammates know each other's game inside and out. Battling it out for a chance to be in the grand final.
Yeah, best to say, this is the winners' final. These two have not tasted defeat throughout this whole qualification process in qualifier number 4 here in South America. So this would be the first defeat that either two would have faced them when they dropped down into that loser final. A sort of extra life or that safety net that they did have will be wiped away. The winner, though, will get a second chance. Whoever wins this game goes into the grand final, and then if they did lose their first 2-legged matchup in the grand final, a bracket reset would happen. They'd still get a second chance to hold on to that win in the final. And that's something that both players, of course, will be vying for, because so money can't buy sort of position to be in a grand final, to have that extra sort of safety net behind you. And again, I guess it's sort of like all your hard work coming together at the end of it after a really long qualification process. 11
goals in just under a match and a half of FIFA. 12! Oh, still 11. Still 11. All I want to say, prime icon moments, Peter Schmeichel officially is on fraud watch right now, because no goalkeeper should be conceding 11 goals in not even 2 legs of FIFA. There has to be some saves knocking about.
I mean, I think the only thing that we've seen him do, Rich, is from a corner, come out and sort of punch the ball. But even with that, he was punching it back into danger. And as you said, this is a 93 rated goalkeeper. Once again, here's Gabriel. And Neymar, can he find the cutback? There is Schmeichel. Still didn't maybe get it completely under control, but came out with his feet, slid the ball away. Still, as you said, 6 goals to 5, 40 minutes already gone. This first half is zoomed through. Still, so much more time to play. PH in. Neymar. Mbappe's surely going to be just offside there.
Just coming back from an offside position right there, and a chance to breathe in this matchup. 40 minutes of frantic FIFA being played between these two. Gabriel knows that he has to take the game to PH in order to turn this game around, but on the counter, PH just looks incredible.
I mean, just from a sort of concentration point of view, you've got to be so on it. Because the best thing I mean, the worst thing you can do is let your opponent go and get 2 or 3 goals. I think at most this has only been a 2-goal deficit between the two. It's been PH that's always been in the driving seat by a goal or 2. Here comes Gabriel. I mean, this will be the last chance of the half. Referee doesn't even want to play that. But that's one thing that we often see in these competitive games, Richard, where 2 players are so good, so contested. It gets to a stage where that player has to keep on knocking on the door in terms of getting a 2-goal cushion, getting a 3-goal cushion, getting a 4-goal cushion. Basically doing anything you can to tell your opponent mentally that there's no way back into this game.
Yeah, because the very best players will never really accept that they've lost a game. Unless it's like 7 or 8 goals and you're getting absolutely smashed, there's always a chance to get back into the game. And you have to sort of completely defeat your opponent in order that you beat them mentally and on the scoreline.
Yeah, it's in from left to right in this second half. Gabriel from right to left. Your winner's final. Winner goes straight into the grand final. At the moment, that will be PH in. Something just tells us there's so much more still to give in this game. These 2 qualified for 3 out of 4 of the competitions. That's top 4 finishes. The consistency levels have been incredible from certain players in South America. As you said, we've seen similar consistency across many of the different regions with this sort of new structure of the FIFA 21 Global Series this year. You've seen Joxan being so dominant out of North America. Chance for Gabriel, back to goal. Mbappe still dancing, gets the ball clear. Eventually does Kyle Walker. South America, it's not the case it's just on one console though, Rich. It's across both consoles. The Xbox and the PlayStation. You know, you've got big names there that are being so consistent.
You've got huge names that are being consistent, Brandon. Chance here for Lionel Messi on the edge of the box. But also, let's talk about the players who maybe haven't been as consistent this year. Players that you expect to be sort of the front runners. Zazinho, Spider-Con. These players who were incredible last year in FIFA 20, not really had much of a sniff in FIFA 21.
Mbappe. So close, but no, just on that point, I think what's happened is you've got new names that are emerging where, you know, naturally, with the prize money it's up for grabs and the opportunities that are at stake, whether that's playing in these major tournaments online or the CONMEBOL Libertadores or, you know, getting to a FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. There's so much up for grabs now. And that's why you're seeing all these players come through that want to be in the position of a Tex or the position of a PH in, a Desari. The list goes on across the world. Here's Gabriel, goes for the play a lot, cuts back inside. Messi on that left foot, deflected in the air. Goes out for a corner. Played into the box and lofted in. I mean, you saw sort of a little bit of a celebration there from Gabriel. I didn't know if that was Messi that was going to sort of finesse that into the top corner. Didn't really get the clean strike that the Argentine was looking for.
That chance right there where the ball sort of deflected up, it was just going up and up and up, and you for a second I didn't know if it was going to drop onto the goal or not.
I mean, with how we've seen Schmeichel as well,
you never know.
We're a little bit concerned where that ball was going to end up. 25 minutes played here. If PHM was to get another goal, I think he would be on his way to another grand final. 3 out of 4 qualifiers, as we mentioned. He's in a grand final. As you said perfectly, Rich, he's one of those players that when he comes to play in these tournaments, he often goes to win, and that's just the fact that we've got. When he makes a broadcast, when he makes a top 4, whether it's in the EA Sports Global Series, whether it's the FIFA E-Club World Cup, he goes to win. He goes to the final hurdle.
Doesn't come to take part, he comes to take over, does PH in. And when he's in that tournament and that opportunity to take over, we've seen perfection from him, and we've not seen anything else but perfection.
Another goal would send him on his way to a grand final. Brilliant feat, and Mbappe on the finesse and into the back of the net, and it looks to be another grand final, or if not the most consistent player on the Xbox. I'm sure Asende will have something to say about that. He's in action straight after this game, but that's just consistency like we haven't seen before, Richard.
Just the way that he shoots as well, like he's absolutely just whipped his foot on the ball right there. It's sort of just so direct and so emphatic.
Could be another to set the game. And there you go, Bruno Fernandez. That is game, set and match. You saw the outpour of emotion from PH Zip. It will be another grand final for the R10 man, who wants to just extend that lead on points against Resende this time round. And potentially that is what he could be doing with another win here. Straight into the pause menu. You love that from a pro. Even now, the 3-goal cushion, still making those little changes to ensure there is no way back in the tie for his opponent.
No, absolutely not. He wants to kill this game off right now. He's 3 goals up with only 15 minutes left to play. It will be PHD moving on into the grand final, I should say, coming out of this winners bracket final with another dub to his name. And you sort of look at the lay of the land where these two players were so dominant in the past matches. Gabriel beat Vitor 2-1. He then beat Denny 4-1 in the quarterfinals and semi-finals to reach the winners bracket final. Both Klinger and Resende had sort of decent runs in the losers bracket.
I just think though, Rich, on the flip side of this is that is it just something about PH in for Gabriel? Because he's yet to beat him in one of these qualifiers in terms of when we get to the final stage of the broadcast. They played in the grand final back in December, and that was a long, long way away. But he's sort of like the when you play a video game and you get to the end, is it the super boss or something along those lines? You just can't take him down.
The super boss, like the
what's the word I'm looking for?
Like the boss battle at the end of the game.
All right, not the super boss then, the boss. Something just seems to have a weight in these top 4 qualifiers where he's just so consistent. I mean, Gabriel's been to the exact same amount of top 4 qualifiers, such as he's been in 3 out of the 4. Just can't take down this man. He's got 12 minutes to try and carve out 3 goals, which is one hell of a job. Mbappe looks to drop the shoulder. Lovely drag back shot comes in. There's Schmeichel. That's what he's about. To make a massive save there. 10 minutes, 3 goals. Just don't see it happening unless Rashford find a way around the corner. Great defending again at the back. Just the break where Gabriel naturally is going to be sort of pushing all these players forward now.
I think that had to go in, to be honest, from Marcus Rashford. If that goes in, you might have a game on your hands, but with how clinical PHZ has been and also just ice cold in keeping possession and seeing out games, he's got the winner's mentality down to a T. Don't see a way back into this game for Gabriel.
It's another perfect run in the tournament. When he plays, when he remains unbeaten, he goes all the way to the end and will look to become a champion again. He did it back in December, he did it in January, back to back. February was nowhere to be seen in the top 4. After an E-Club World Cup victory, he is looking in fine form. And he's 2 minutes away from solidifying another grand final here in South America. As we said, joint number 1 ranked on the Xbox alongside Resende Event. He is in the loser bracket, looking to make one hell of a loser bracket run. That means, though, Richard, after potentially beating Klinger, he's going to have to go up against Gabriel and then match up against a number 1 ranked player that he's joint next to at the moment in PHZ. What a tournament this still plans to be. So much FIFA still to come, but 13 goals in game number 1. South America continuing to deliver as it always seems to do.
Incredible performance from PHZ. Goal scoring, dominant in minute 1 to minute 180 over the course of the 2 legs, and the number 1 player in South America continues his dominant run to book himself another grand final. He's played in 2, he's won 2. This will be his 3rd grand final appearance and potentially his 3rd victory. There's only 3 players who can stand in his way, and that's Gabriel, Resende, and also Klinger. Who's it going to be, Brandon?
I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, as you said, like just the consistency levels we're seeing from PHN is absolutely incredible. It's still, we're not done yet. No one's been sent home, so there's still so much to play for. Could we see a loser bracket run as we've seen in so many other tournaments? But that is going to conclude game at number 1 here in our winners' final. From me and Richard Buckley, we are going to throw back over to Carl and Labari to break down the game.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much for that one. Mr. Consistent, PH Zin. Uli, did we expect anything different from him?
Are you talking about Schmeichel? Because Schmeichel definitely underperformed. I mentioned that was a nice choice, but no. Stick to Nick Pope in form, please. PHC, wow, so good. Like, Gabriel tried to keep up, Of course, they're teammates. Of course, they know each other. But just feels that sometimes PHC is just going to score every chance he gets, right? And the start of the second leg was just crazy. It seemed like they were going to end 17-17. We were saying that backstage. Yeah, it was just such a fun game. This is why I love South American qualifiers, because both players going for it with tons of goals.
There was tons of goals indeed, and you can see PHZ's reactions right there, and Gabriel's as well, as he came so close to bringing it all the way back. It could have gone either way for both of the R10 boys, but it was PHZ who kept on pushing and pushing, defending really well, and a bit of luck as well, but it was him who came out on top of this winners bracket final. It means PHZ makes his way through to another grand final. He's already been to 2, he's already won 2, and here he extends his lead. Can he make it 3 wins in qualifiers? I mean, Uli, it's crazy to even think that, but he's put himself in such a good position. He is so dominant in this region right now, PHZ.
Yeah, 2-time champion. I mean, I call him the Beast. Now, Richard and Brandon were talking about the final boss. But you know what? I love the reference they make. Now he would be the super boss. He's the super boss right now, waiting for a challenger, for a contender in the winner's bracket. So that's going to be tough. And if he wins again, which he has a good advantage now, I don't know who can take on him. 3-time champion. We've almost seen that in North America with Joxen. Back-to-back champion, and yeah, I think that would put PHC and Joxen as the best players in the season so far in the world, because honestly they've been so consistent.
Uli, how do you beat PHC? How do you actually do it? Because he's in the grand final. Whoever does make their way through to the grand final, they're going to have to beat him twice if they want to be crowned champion. How do you do that?
He doesn't make it easy for his opponents. You know, he's clearly, the first thing we see is that he's such a good attacking player. But the thing is also, he pressures you so much. That's why sometimes he can get scored in counterattacks or whatever. But the thing is, he doesn't care. He's like, you know what, if you score 5 goals on me, I'm just going to score 8. You know, like, he's just so confident in his attack. And of course, he should be. I think we're talking about one of the best attacking players in the world.
We are looking at one of the best attacking players in the world in PHZ, who's made his way through to that grand final. He's already won 2 of these qualifiers in the South America region. It's qualifier number 4, and one man that will be hoping to take him down, it is Resende. He was the winner of that qualifier number 3. They're both currently tied in the Global Series rankings on 1,320 Global Series ranking points. But the winner of it, they'll jump up. They will take that number 1 spot as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. All of the action, well, it's getting very, very exciting. And remember that Mercado Libre, they are one of our sponsors right now. And with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series action. So download the app and discover the best way to buy online. Right, we can have a look at our brackets right now. This is how things currently look. We have been in the winners bracket side of things, which means it's double elimination. So our loser, he drops down. Gabriel, he drops down into that losers bracket side of things. And I guess, Uli, what would you say he needs to improve on in that losers final?
He's playing so well. Honestly, I don't want to be harsh on him, because he showed, like, he's such an amazing player. He's shown that this season, right? But it's just little margins, and when you're playing against someone like PHC, or now he might play against Resende, it's about details. And for instance, a clash of style that I would like to see, hopefully in a grand final, would be Resende against PHC. Because Resende is more of a composed player. He likes to control the pace of the game, right? He's more of a player about possession, really smart, and PHC wants to keep going all the time, and he just wants to go all in since the start. So I think, since you were asking earlier, how can you beat PHC? Well, maybe Resende can have that key to success, to beat the super boss, quoting Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
The super boss, the final boss, that is PHC, and one man that will be hoping to do that is Inter's Resende. He comes up against NSE Klinger. Yes, he does. In our next matchup, we drop down into that losers bracket side of things. It's going to be an absolutely cracking match. NSE Klinger taking on Inter's Resende. That's coming up for you very, very shortly. So make sure you stick around. Make sure you stick with us. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series qualifier number 4 in the South American region. We're going to have a short break and we'll come back to you in a few moments' time.
Yo, this for all my dreamers, believers, go-getters. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hit the fans, screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad, I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours, sometimes I didn't eat, go out or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions, we gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. but I tasted defeat. I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up, but I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long. Come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey, I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Ready for this. This.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the regional qualifier number 4 for South America, and what a first match we've already had for you. We've got our grand finalist in PH Zine. He's already won 2 qualifiers. Can he make it a third? Who knows? One man that will be trying to stop him. They're currently tied on the Global Series rankings. That is Resende. He comes up against NSE Klinger. We'll find out if he can take him down and climb his way all the way to the grand final right there. My name's Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Uli Bari. Uli, we've already had one exciting matchup. Do you think the next one's going to be equally as exciting?
Hopefully, Cal, because we just saw a great FIFA game. The defenses of the players didn't show up, as Michael didn't show up, so we got to see a really crazy game. It was a fiesta. Everyone was invited. So hopefully, yeah, again, we're going to see many goals. But with Resende, which is more of a possession player, maybe we're not going to get that. He's still really good when he attacks, right? So, of course, we might see some goals from Resende. He has to feel some pressure. I think both players here are going to have a different pressure right now because it's win or go home for them.
It is win or go home in that losers bracket side of things. Now, you are currently watching the English transmission right here because we're speaking English. I can only speak English. But if you're thinking, oh, I want to move on, I want to watch one of the different streams, well, you can do, all right? If you're thinking, ooh, I don't fancy English right now, I fancy Spanish, I fancy Portuguese, well, you can listen to both of them. Go to twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA Latam, also on the Facebook right there. And then also, if you're wanting the Portuguese one, you can go to EA Sports FIFA Brazil. Brazil with an S, not a Z like we spell it here in the UK, with an S. And make sure you join in. Go and watch them all. Let's see who's the best one. Let us know in the Twitch chat which one you prefer. Obviously, it's going to be this one because we've got Ulibarri in this one. Now, as well, what we've had throughout the FIFA 21 Global Series season is something very exciting for you. Yes, you've got the rewards for viewing all of our streams, and here's a short video that tells you all about it.
During the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. For the first time, you will receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level. Simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swap token per weekend. Tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account. These tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team, with some great pack rewards up for grabs. The more tokens you earn by watching on more eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. Don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series, and redeem your rewards.
Of opportunities for you to redeem your rewards, so make sure you are watching on those eligible weekends. The next one coming up next week as the qualifiers take another road trip all the way to the EU. Right, back to the action here in South America. Let's have a look at some of our competitors that are going head-to-head in our next matchup. One man trying to cause a bit of an upset. It is NSE Klinger. Born in 2000, he's from Brazil. It's an all-Brazilian affair today on day one. Favourite formation, 4-4-2. Favourite club, Santos Football Club. And first FIFA title, FIFA 18. This man, he will be trying to cause an upset. But one man that will be trying to stop that, we know what he's capable of. He is a household name. He's another Brazilian. It is Inter's Rezende. Here's a little bit of information on him as well. Born in 1997. As I said, he is Brazilian. Favourite formation, 4-4-1-1. Favourite club, Inter Milan. And first FIFA title, FIFA 13 right there. I mean, Uli, looking at both of these competitors right now, what can we learn from both of these two?
A lot, Kyle, a lot. I mean, for all the people watching, don't worry, you're going to get your tokens. But while you're watching the best of South America, please notice two things. One, Resende, the way he switches players to make pressure, that's key. That's manual defending completely. And in a manual way, he's pressuring you all the time. And also how he keeps the ball, but not for the sake of keeping the ball. No, he's actually putting you as an opponent in your own box, so that way he can find his own striker, and that's when he has a real chance. He's just so smart. So pay attention to both those things, the pressure and how he gives the ball, goes to wings, not to cross, but to go back to the center and then find his strikers. That's just so smart from these top players.
It is very smart indeed. I'm looking forward to this matchup. We're currently jumping down into that losers bracket side of things. NSE Klinger taking on Inter's Rezende. Let's throw it over to Richard and Brandon, and let's have a look how these two line up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carl. And yeah, here we go then. I don't know where Resende is at this moment in time, but I can assure you we'll be back in a second to get back involved this time. Let's talk about this guy first and foremost. Klinger, first ever time he's been in the top four, Richard. That is his starting 11 in qualifier number 4.
Hey, just looking from back to front. Schmeichel again as the goalkeeper. Brandon across the back four. James, Walker, Hernandez and Dalot. As the centre mids, it's going to be Bruno and Renato Sanchez. And then the front four, Mbappe, Ronaldo, Neymar, and 88 Rashford. There was one player who was drawing my eye on the other side of the screen, and that was the prime icon moments Vieira. Roughly about 7.5 million coins is that Vieira on the market right now, and Resende's got him as his CDM next to Bruno Fernandez, Team Leader Mbappe with informed Neymar, the 95 informed Rashford. I have to say, I also have that Ronaldo, untradeable, thank you very much. Kulusevski as the right-sided player, and then the back four very similar, with two of the four back four being the same. Cancelo and James, only changes informed Kyle Walker and also Hernandez. Oh, actually, no, two of the back four, Walker and James being the same, and Hernandez as well. And then goalkeeper being different with inform Edison.
Yeah, maybe Resende was looking at the last game and thought, you know what, I don't fancy using Schmeichel. The storyline is, though, for this, is that Resende was the champion last time out last month. He's also been involved in 3 out of the 4 qualifiers and placed, I think, 4th in one of them. He's placed top in last month, and he's back again for this month, so 3 out of 3. Really unique story as well for Resende. His dad coaches him, which is pretty incredible. He's been to E-World Cups with him in the past. He was there for that big sort of moment last time out last month when he became the champion. I think that's a really nice little relationship there. You know, father and son. You know, I mean, there's not many dads that understand this space, let alone FIFA. So it's quite a nice little touch, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, he might not have the greatest understanding, but it's a calming presence. It's somebody that's going to bring you down to earth as well in those moments. You saw the squads on the screen. We can have a quick look at the squad restrictions for the Global Series. You can use any combination of 2 icons or 2 Team of the Year players, or 2 icons, 2 Team of the Years, or 1 each. You're allowed 2 non-icon Team of the Year players, 90 plus. So if you're using an informed Neymar or an informed Ronaldo, they fit into that particular category. Up to 4 non-icon Team of the Year players, 87 to 89. So when you're seeing Rich James, when you're also seeing Curtis Jones, Bruno Fernandez, 89 or 88, they fit in that particular category. Every other player must be 86 or below. That's why Diego Dalot, informed Kyle Walker, Rafael Varane sometimes are in that particular category, and the goalkeeper does not count to any restrictions. You can tinker a little bit with your squad, as you can use an extra icon Team of the Year players instead of a non-90 plus, etc. So there is a lot of sort of variation with the squad restrictions. However, most teams you'll see 2 icons or 1 icon, 1 Team of the Year player, as you saw with Resende, just Vieira being used.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the wire as well, Rich, in terms of do you want to use an informed Ronaldo or a Team of the Year Ronaldo? As you know, Mbappe's got a Team of the Year at a ridiculous level, and you've also got those icons that you might want to use and mix up into your team. We are underway, though, in this one. It's Netshoes Esports' very own Klinger. As he said, he's 9th in the Global Series rankings on the Xbox. This is his first ever top 4 finish. On the flip side, Resende looking to go back-to-back, but he's got a pretty difficult run, Rich, because he's in the loser bracket.
Yes, it's tough, because not only do you have to beat 2 players to get to the grand final, that would be Klinger in front of him right now, and then Gabriel PN, but also you have to beat PH Zin 2 times over. You have to beat him once over 2 legs to force a bracket reset, and then beat him again to be the champion. So much longer and more stressful journey needed if he was to be victorious, Resende or Klinger.
Of course, do let us know in the Twitch chat right now. Who do you want to win this game? Whether you're watching from Klinger or Resende, could this be an opening goal in the game? Fantastic tackle at the back there from Kyle Walker, just to get rid of the danger. Interesting pick, though, in at fullback, the AC Milan fullback in Dalot. On the flip side, I believe he's been moved into a right back area. The ball goes all the way across now. There is Dalot. Started left back in game, then moved out onto the right hand side. But have your say, as I said in the chat, Klinger or Resende. Who do you think is going to win this game? Whoever loses is out of the tournament. This is loser bracket round 3 we're on. Winner goes into the loser bracket final, as you've already touched upon, Richard, where they will face Gabriel for a spot in the grand final against PHZ. Chance, fake shot, Mbappe. Well defended by Reece James.
You would argue that Resende's favourite coming into this game, Brandon, and I would probably tend to agree with that sentiment. However, Klinger's been a name that we've seen more and more of in the last sort of couple of weeks and months. He's been popping up in a number of different tournaments and sort of different events. He's been getting a lot of reps in across the board. You could certainly see him causing an upset in this losers bracket semi-final.
I mean, he's actually lost quite some time before the loser round one, Rich. On the flip side for Resende, he lost his quarter-final game against Denny 7. It was a 4-3 defeat. That meant him go down into the loser bracket where he beat Legends 6-0, and then Felipe by a 0 chance for Klinger early on to the game. Couple of ball rolls, Ronaldo down the byline. Finds the cutback of Marcus Rashford into Bruno Fernandez. Squeezes it in at the near post, and it will be Netshoes' very own Klinger, who leads by a 0 in this loser bracket matchup.
Great work inside the box there from Klinger. It was a couple of ball rolls and drag backs inside the box. Fired the ball into Bruno Fernandez, who just rifled it into the near post.
A dream start for a player in his first ever broadcast. The FIFA 21 season, 4 qualifiers. He's been knocking on the door. That's Klinger. And I think you've touched the sort of upon this point, Richard. And it goes across all the regions: Europe, South America, North America, Africa, Oceania. There's players that are making great runs, okay? Quarter-final runs, semi-final runs, but they are just one game or one win away from making it onto a broadcast. And because they're not there, you don't often get to give them the credit they deserve. Klinger, yes, this is his first tournament, and the other 3 qualifiers, he's been getting sort of top 8 finishes, top 16 finishes, and just doing that consistently just accumulates these points up that he's got, and that's why he sits in 9th spot.
When you get the opportunity to get onto the broadcast, you take it with both hands. You might have finished 9th, 12th in the last few qualifiers, but when you get that opportunity to finish top 4, everybody's watching, that's where you take it.
Chance for Sende. Back to Vieira, looks to shift it across to Neymar. A little bit too heavy on the pass. The Brazilian winger will just about keep it on. Links in with his fellow Parisian forward in Mbappe. And Fernandez a couple of times on the ball, interchange as well. Renato dances, lovely directional. Nutmeg, I think it's the first time I've actually seen that used in this qualifier. Such a popular sort of way to just sort of dart away from a player. Got to time it well, and it's sort of got to be unpredictable. Speaking of one of your centre midfielders, Renato Sanchez alongside Bruno Fernandez. Klinger now. Rashford turns well. Mbappe. Reverse elastico. Back to back. And then he turns himself into danger. Eventually, João Cancelo able to get the ball under control. But Klinger had a really strong first 30 minutes here.
Showing Resende absolutely no respect as well. Straight at him from the off. Get that early goal as well. That early pressure resulting in something. It's great having possession and having the ball, but you've got to get something out of it.
See Klinger in some sort of HQ out in Brazil. Teammate or a coach behind him. Sende in his own house, as we said, coached by his father, which has been an incredible story. He's been on the journey to E-World Cups with him and to London. It must be such a special thing to be able to share that. Someone so close to you. And I think if you look across the board, you see Nicholas on PlayStation, you see Resende on the Xbox. Those are 2 names that it's not surprising to see them doing so well. It's just been everybody else around them that really tried to make a name for themselves in this different format. These very different times in the global series. Goes down to ground. Could have been a penalty waved away by the referee. This might be the last chance of the half if there is any added time to be played. Rashford, well, no added time has been followed out. The ball will go. And that will conclude the first half for 4 here. Klinger leads by a 0-0. The only goal coming from Bruno Fernandez, of all people, who squeezed it in just after about 10 in-game minutes.
Well, he's one of those centre mids that when he gets forward and gets amongst the attacks, you're very confident with him shooting. Players like Vieira, and we've seen also even Renato Sanchez to a degree. The centre mids that defensively and on the ball very good, but when you need that player in the final third, maybe let you down a little bit, or maybe you're reluctant to even shoot. Bruno Fernandez ticks all the boxes. Very similar to Kevin De Bruyne as well, where they tick the defensive and also the offensive box. And I'll be honest with you, Bruno Fernandez, the team of the year at least, sort of playing Hully out of the team.
Just such a complete midfielder, isn't he, Bruno Fernandez? You know, you're someone who's had first-hand experience of that team in the year, Iton. Unfortunately, I've only been able to either play against it and be bullied, or sit back and watch the pros use it. But yeah, just such a good player that we always talk about this. If you play a 4-2-3-1, or just something where you want a complete midfielder that can get back and defend, can go forward and score goals and create chances, you know, there's only a couple of players, Rich, that tick all those boxes.
And Bruno's right at the top of the list.
Back underway. The second half here. In the first leg. Lose a round 3 this is, but this is a knockout game. Whoever loses will go out of the tournament. They'll take a top 4 spot from qualifier number 4. As we said, there's one more qualifier to come up next month in April, and then it will be all eyes on those Global Series playoffs across all the regions. With the FIFA E-World Cup in sight. Here's Klinger. Neymar and Mbappe looking to link up well. Back to Mbappe. Can he turn his man? Tries to scoop turn Reece James, and the Chelsea defender, the future Stars defender, will be able to do something. He comes out as a fullback by trade, but often by pros, moved into the centre-back area. It does make you think, if Kyle Walker's inform wasn't a centre-back, who would be in that area? Would Kyle Walker still be moved across, or would it be a case of a Varane or an Icon?
I think Kyle Walker would still be, if his inform was a right-back, he would still be played centre-back just on 7 chemistry. I mean, it's perfect, really, that you're allowed to use James as a right-back on 10 and then Walker as a centre-back and just play on both centre-back in game.
Sendo sort of been kept quiet so far in this game. What story it would be for him to go through the loser bracket and to match up against PH in the grand final if he was to take down both Klinger and then Gabriel. He'll be going to qualify number 5 with 2 players both on 2 wins each. Here comes Resende now. Bruno Fernandez. Lovely ball into Cristiano Ronaldo, and you could say, curse of the commentators, we've been waiting for 60 minutes or so for qualifiers number 3 champion in Resende to make some sort of noise or to create a chance. Just like that, Ronaldo will peel off and he'll send Resende back into the tight 1-1.
The Portuguese connection right there. Bruno Fernandez just sliding the ball through to 95, third in form, CR7. 1 touch out of his feet and then just smash past the goalkeeper. And I'll tell you that Ronaldo is another player that I've played quite a considerable amount of games with. A lot of FIFA players say there's really not too much comparison between the 95 Ronaldo and the Team of the Year Ronaldo. And I know a few people have been selling the Team of the Year to get coins, buying the 95 and then improving a different area in the squad.
As you said, with the restrictions this time, it's either 2 Team of the Years or 2 icons or 1 of each. You can save that and take a 95 in form Ronaldo if he still does the job for you and you're still happy with that. Certainly seems like a viable sort of option to go with. As you said, you can sort of recycle those coins and move them around into different areas of the team. Henderson in goal for Resende, choosing to back the fellow Brazilian of Manchester City. As everybody else is on the Schmeichel train, so it seems. 18 minutes left. Klinger with a pause. It is Klinger in possession now. Patrick Vieira. Not always a player that still makes it into teams at a pro level, Richard, and still can do the job. Sende still. Can he find that through ball that he's trying to maybe tee up with Mbappe there? Can he find Mbappe? Half a drag back from Ronaldo. Still in possession up against his fellow Portuguese national teammate, Bruno Fernandez. Can he find that? Oh, it's Vieira this time. Lovely ball. Ronaldo on the half volley. Somehow Sort of just arcs his body around and sort of volleys over the top of Peter Schmeichel. No chance for the Danish goalkeeper. Resende flipping its game on its head, and 2 goals in 14 minutes. He's back in front and he's back in control.
The perfect double tap pass right there. Patrick Vieira just offering it up to Ronaldo, saying, go, take it, have the shot, take it on the volley. And CR7 doesn't need a second time to think about what he is going to do. Beautiful from Ronaldo. Volleyed past the goalkeeper and turning this first leg right around.
Was it a double tap pass into the feet of Ronaldo there, or was it just sort of on the angle?
I think it was double tapped up to him.
That's what Vieira is all about. As I said, still can certainly compete in teams, make things happen. 10 minutes left. Resende could be going into leg 2 with a 1-goal cushion. Still plenty of time to play here. This is your loser round 3. Winner will go through and play Gabriel in the loser final. PHZ, of course, in the grand final tonight. He'll be waiting patiently to find out who will be joining him. Sanchez back to Mbappe. Klinger to find a way back into this tie. Resende able to stand strong. And to be honest, I think Resende's probably only created like 2 chances. 2 chances that he has made. He's scored them both. Has been very clinical, and that's been the story for him and PHZ. Both joint on the exact same points. 1,320 Global Series ranking points. Him and PHZ sit on in the rankings. They're both joint top. This tournament will be the first time where they actually might sort of be separated on that point tally, depending on how either two get on.
A second sort of goal to put him in front here, Resende, if he was to lead 3-1. That's what he's playing for right now. He's playing for the final chance of this first leg. Would be very, very influential, I think, in sort of story arc of this losers bracket semi-final matchup.
Well, if anything, Resende happy to conclude this game with just that 1-goal cushion. Late chance into this one. João Cancelo does get dispossessed. That will do us for leg 1. 2-1. Resende leads. And still so much time to be played in this game. It was the perfect start for Klinger, Richard. 21 minutes into the game. Bruno Fernandez did get us underway, but then you can't write off Resende. An E-World Cup, a player that's made it for South America in the past, a player that's already won one of these qualifiers. Also on top of that, as much as he was quiet for what 2/3 of that game, 64th minute or so, he came back alive and he started to find his rhythm again.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the first goal of the matchup. Bruno Fernandez at that near post. Great finish. Sort of a shake of the head from Resende. Time to switch on. And he definitely switched on in the second half. Let's just say that. 60th minute. Bruno Fernandez just waiting for the run of Ronaldo. That was a chance, and that was sort of the inkling that something might be happening, because he got the ball again with Bruno Fernandez, and this time Ronaldo didn't get his shot blocked. You saw the first chance, it got blocked. Second time of asking, you don't let Ronaldo have another opportunity. And then the winning goal in that first leg, Bruno Fernandez looking to Vieira here. And you see Ronaldo just making that run off the ball. Double tapped into him. First time volley past the goalkeeper. And made it look very simple, but anything but simple, that shot from CR7 to give Resende a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like, we'll talk about it more when we come back from this break in a second, but it seemed like Resende was loving to get that ball into Ronaldo, wasn't it? A case of, how do I get the ball into Ronaldo? Whether it was through, Vieira or Bruno Fernandez, the dink passes that found its way into the man from Madeira, who scored 2 goals in that game. As we said, that is leg 1 concluded in our loser round 3. Resende leads by 2-1 against Klinger. We're off for a very quick break now. When we are back, it will be time for leg 2 in this game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time.
I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people rival that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long. Come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be the star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey, I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Ready for this.
Well, welcome back to qualifier number 4 here in South America. You're joined by myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley. We're about to jump back into leg number 2 now, just to dissect that first game once again, Richard. A very slow start from Resende. Did come back in the end, though, and has obviously maybe sort of given himself a very small, narrow scoreline heading into that second leg. But by no means, this game is not done. I mean, we've seen it's just a 1-goal deficit, isn't it? We've got 90 minutes still in front of us. Still so much FIFA time to play.
Yeah, and I don't want to be the classic commentator, but it was a game of 2 halves, really. Klinger was the better player in that first half, and Resende came out, showed his composure and resiliency in that second half, and turned it around with 2 goals inside 15 minutes. Will leg number 2 mimic that first leg, or will it be a different story? Time will tell. If Klinger starts strong and gets that goal back, potentially I could see extra time, maybe even penalties separating these two.
As we said, you lose this game, you are out of the tournament. Still a top 4 finish, which must not be looked down upon. It's an incredible finish. As you said, Klinger's first ever tournament, Resende's third out of 4 qualifiers. He is the man that we've been talking about alongside Piagin, because he is top of the pile here in the Xbox. If you have been enjoying all the FIFA coverage, well, we're doing it again tomorrow night, of course, on the PlayStation in South America. So much FIFA still to go down as the FIFA 21 Global Series continues to unfold. We're back on the way for leg number 2 now. Resende kicking from left to right in that Inter strip. On the flip side for Klinger, it will be from right to left. Representing Netshoes Esports. He started so well at Bruno Fernandez after 21 minutes. That goal that the Portuguese midfielder did score. He's got to be able to start like that again in this game. The one thing that he can't do is let Resende score again, because we know what Resende will do. He'll score 2, he'll score 3, and he'll just continue to sort of try and run away with the game and make it so difficult for his opponent. Here is Resende now. There's Renato. And that's the worst possible start that we've been talking about. 4 minutes in. Who is it that's scoring? It's Cristiano Ronaldo again that's bagged his 3rd goal across the 2 legs.
Great finish from Cristiano Ronaldo. Straight from kickoff. Ball just fired into his feet. 1 touch out and then rifled past the goalkeeper. Resende gets that goal cushion and just continuing this second leg as he finished the first in a dominant fashion.
Perfect start again. I mean, what a start to this game. It's everything that he could have wanted, if not more. The 2-goal cushion that we talked about, PHZM was able to do it over the 2 legs against Gabriel. And Klinger stay in this game. Mbappe drops the shoulder well. We always often talk about this, where these games are so competitive. It comes down to a stage where you have to get the gap and get the distance. Ronaldo, surely not from this sort of area. Reverse Elastico on his own. What a start for Resende. 11 minutes in, Ronaldo gets a brace. And that's a 3-goal cushion.
Resende doing the business on the biggest stage right now. And I tell you, Cristiano Ronaldo doing it for Resende. I think he scored all 4 goals.
Yes. I think it's what we're talking about as well. I believe is it the inform Ronaldo, the 95?
Yeah, the 3rd in form.
That's what we've spoken about in terms of he's had to sort of mix it up. He's got Vieira in the team alongside. Let's have a team of the year item that he's wanted to back. Also, dabbling in that Future Stars promo. Kulusevski. Mbappe driving forward, trying to drive his way past the fullback in Fernandez. 3 goals. What a mountain to climb it is now. Klinger was to lose at this stage in the tournament. Of course, still a top 4 finish. He wouldn't leave the tournament empty-handed alongside some prize money. Bag himself 420 Global Series points, which will do wonders for him. Chance now, got to be scoring from that area. Well played. Edison there matched up that for perfect save. Parries it away for a corner. Klinger. Still hunting. Still trying to find a way back into the tie. He trails by 4 goals to 1 on aggregate. Lots of space out on the far-hand side. There's Neymar. Can he break down this defence of Resende? Vieira's even back for Resende to try and make this sort of like a 5 at the back, 6 at the back. Both CDMs back. You can see Bruno Fernandez also trying to make it a wall of defenders to break down. Eventually, Resende does stand the stronger of the 2.
Well, there was just no space at all for Klinger to try and work that ball into. As soon as he took his time and was trying to sort of pick a pass and pick a passing lane, it just got congested so quickly. And again, you see him running back with Bruno Fernandez, sort of not allowing the passing lanes to be open.
Klinger again, he's still trying to find a way through this defence of Resende. He needs 3 goals. If there's any hope for the comeback, these are the moments where he has to try and score from. Another clutch tackle at the back there from Reece James.
And that was a real nice attack from Klinger. The La Croqueta cancel, into the cancel inside the box on the shot. But I think it was Ulibarri who mentioned this and spoke about it before the game. Resende's player switching has been impeccable, especially in this second leg. Just when he's defending, the quick flicks of the right stick to get the closest man to the ball, to block up the passing lanes as well after he has pressed. Been a masterclass in defending in this second leg so far.
On his way to half-time in a very, very comfortable position. As we said, the winner of qualifier number 3 just 4 weeks ago. Able to continue an incredible run. When PHM wasn't in the bracket, it was Resende's to take. Give himself a top 4 finish back in qualifier number 1 as well, did Resende. It's sort of been a building block for him. Chance, Mbappe. Still teasing that back line. Diego Dalot and Carl Walker had their work cut out once again. Able to finally deal with the pressure though. The goal before half-time for Klinger will be something. Otherwise it will be a case of back to the drawing board. Change of formation and change of custom tactics to really go for the game. You've got nothing to lose. Resende look for a 4-goal cushion here. Maybe he might just do that. So patient with how he wants to play, constantly able to just change the speed and the tempo of his attacks. Mbappe picks the ball up well, a little dink into the box. Ronaldo's lurking. So Vieira was Kulusevski, the Swede. Back to Bruno Fernandez, still waiting and just buying their time. Ronaldo, lovely. Ronaldo again. It's all Cristiano Ronaldo. Forget anyone else on the pitch. Ronaldo scored every single goal.
Incredible from Resende. He's just got that personal connection with CR7. Whenever he shoots with Ronaldo, it results in a goal.
a solo effort now, though, Richard. Just was it sort of like a directional nutmeg or a heavy touch away from the player? It's just all perfect. And there you go. You can see his own tifo that in the game would have enjoyed that one. A 3-goal cushion now turned into a 4-goal cushion. Resende in the driving seat and wants to go on this incredible, and I mean incredible loser bracket run. If he wins this or he goes into the loser bracket final against Gabriel, another top 3 player. If he wins that, he'll match up against the player that's on the exact same points as him, PH in the final. 4 goals down, Richard. I mean, what are you doing in this scenario if you're Klinger?
You throw the kitchen sink. That's the only thing you can do. And you see the custom tactic changes right now. It's a lot of the aggressive press tactics being implemented and also a formation change as well into a 3-4-2-1. He knows that he has to go, and he has to go now if he's got any way of getting back into this game.
I was going to say, we might be able to speak Portuguese, but we can see somewhere in there the word pressure. That's something that Resende is going to have to deal with for these next 45 minutes. Constant pressure. Yes, it would completely drain the stamina of Klinger's players if there was a chance of extra time, but for that even to be a possibility, he has to score 4 goals in this next 45 minutes. Cristiano Ronaldo and Resende, sort of just been the dream duo. Scored all 5 goals. It's the goals that he scored, Richard. Half the time he's been able to carve the chance out for himself as Ronaldo.
Yeah, honestly, it's been one of those where he gets the ball with Ronaldo and just feels so confident. Mbappe, what a tackle that is! Huge block.
And those are the chances that don't go in, Richard. You start questioning, is it my day? Klinger somehow not scoring that one. Now Resende to potentially cause a heartbreak straight down the other end. One ball forward. Can he find a cutback if possible? Directional nutmeg into a pocket of space for Neymar. Resende leads by 5 goals to 1 if you have just tuned in. Here on the Xbox side of things for qualifier number 4. Pocket of space. Neymar, can he get the ball across the box? Went for the sort of player lock. Give the fullback a bit of time to catch up with Neymar. Wins a corner. That one recycled back. Somehow Ronaldo able to just get a toe on that for Klinger. Resende. It's all about Ronaldo. He's been the goal machine, the only goal scorer. I think what's more impressive has just been how he's able to sort of pick out Ronaldo every single time. Forget Mbappe's even on the pitch. João Cancelo. Resende once more. Slow down this game as he chooses to as well. That's an awful pass, an awful switch of play from fullback to fullback. For him, that's 15 minutes gone, Richard. He hasn't conceded a goal.
And as that time sort of ticks down from half-time, you break it down into sort of segments. 45 to 60, 60 to 75, and then the final 15 minutes. If you can get to 60, 65, 70 minutes without conceding, you're already thinking of the losers bracket final, let's be honest. Klinger has to score, and he has to score now if he's got any hope of getting back into this game.
This is the chance that he's been waiting for. Again, everybody back. Bruno Fernandez there, Vieira there. It's just so difficult to break down. As we said, pretty much another 10 minutes gone. 4-goal cushion for Resende. You've got to remember, it was 1-0 down in leg number 1. I'm not too sure what has happened there. Just a small technical difficulty, but Resende had a 4-goal cushion with roughly the 67th minute, so about 23 minutes left in that tie. I mean, a break in play could change a lot of things, but 4 goals, still a mountain to climb. I think, as we said, Resende, credit where it's due, he's 1-0 down in leg number 1. I know it's only a goal. The way he turned that first game around, it wasn't the best performance from Resende, and then came out flying in leg number 2. Scored 3 goals in 45 minutes. Was the dream start in leg 2.
Yeah, from like the 60th minute, he had 30 minutes of dominance and then just continued. in that second leg, especially in the first half. It was an impeccable display. Let's have a look at some of the moments from the match so far. I imagine the game will be restarting from minute 1 to minute 23, or we'll go from the 67th minute onwards. That was the first goal in the second leg from Resende. He won the ball on the halfway line, and then just that long through ball into CR7. And from here, Brandon, you said he did it all on his own. Beautiful reverse elastico past his man and just rifled it into the back of the net.
Yeah, incredible goal, wasn't it? Ronaldo, as we said, so many sort of solo efforts where he made the chances himself. Was a couple of chances for Klinger. This was one of them. Brilliant save from Edison. Other than that, it has been all Resende. This was goal number 3 on the stroke of half-time. Brilliantly done. Sort of just dinked towards the back post there. Found its way back eventually. Recycled it so well. As we said, was able to get himself 3 goals before the break. From that chance, look at this, Ronaldo, all on his own. 1, 2, 3 players, and Paul Schmeichel as well. That's a hat-trick, a first-half hat-trick for Ronaldo. In form, Ronaldo as well. I mean, not the team of the year, still 95 overall, and still absolutely incredible in front of goal.
What did I say at the start of proceedings to this game? People are selling that team of the year, Ronaldo, recouping some of the coins back, and just buying the 95. You also get an icon or another team of the year player to play with in regards to the rating requirements, and genuinely I think that might be the way to go in regards to the squads that we're going to see moving on a little bit further down the line. One thing that I have noticed when the ball falls to Ronaldo for Resende, you saw he got it with Bruno, he then got it with Vieira, and even when he's had it with sort of Neymar, the informed Neymar, he's always looking to pass off. He got the ball with Ronaldo on the edge of the box, and there was one thing in his mind, and that's to drive into the box and drive into space. Very, very sort of useful use of the pace and the power that Ronaldo has, because not a lot of players can drive into that space like Ronaldo can.
No, I mean, as you said, it's the case where it's a directional nutmeg or something. You've got Ronaldo just like running it with all his pace. There's incredible sort of in-game stats from anywhere in the box. He might only have a 4-star weak foot, but that does not matter for the Portuguese forward. A question to throw out to everyone watching at home as well. If you could only have one team of the year in your starting 11, who is it? Is it Mbappe or is it Ronaldo that takes that? Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7, or Mbappe as a team of the year item? As we said, with the restrictions, you can either have an icon and a team of the year or 2 team of the years, hence why we're seeing sort of this approach from Resende, so he can still get Ronaldo in the team, and he can also use his, as you said, his icon in Vieira and his Mbappe team of the year in that way that he chooses to.
You're just seeing the changes here coming out for Klinger. Could suit him, sort of restarting the game right now. He's got a full team on full stamina. However, on the other side of that, full stamina on the offensive players for Resende to play those counter-attacking through balls and get the space in behind.
Well, it's just not very long, is there? What is it? 22 minutes left in the game. We left it in the, there you go, 67th minute. 23 minutes left in the tie to find 4 goals if there's any chance of extra time. Resende, I can assure you, will be hugging this ball and will be trying to slow down the game as best he can. If not, go and score another goal. Here he comes already. Neymar. There's one man in the box. Cristiano Ronaldo scored all 5 goals for Resende. Be a complete comeback if there was to be 4 goals. I just do not see it. The little time that's left with how Resende is defending. He could be on for another goal here. Bursting forward is Neymar. Mbappe's in the box. Ronaldo's there as well. Still back it falls to Resende. One more goal would round up the perfect performance. Ronaldo's at the back post. Scoop turns his way round his man Mbappe. There's 8 minutes gone at the time. Only 15 left and still 4 goals needed for Klinger. Complete overload there. Tries to squeeze the ball into the forward. Defended well by Carl Walker. Chance to break. Look at the space. Look at the options. The air is running into the box. Mbappe's also there as well.
No need to rush. He knows that. Well, let's just give him the ball back away.
11 minutes left. Moments like that just haven't been good enough, have they? 4 goals is always going to be difficult. Resende now can just see out the time. As much as he'll be out of the tournament, Klinger, it's still a top 4 finish that he can be so proud of. 420 Global Series points he'll walk away with from today's tournament. That might do enough just to squeeze him up a couple of ranks. He sits in 9th at the moment. Actually, this is his first ever time in the broadcast. A good time to turn into form. You can sort of build upon this in qualifier number 5. It's Ronaldo again. Ronaldo still Cristiano Ronaldo. Resende has been magnificent with CR7. 6 goals across the 2 legs.
I'm running out of superlatives to describe this 95 Cristiano Ronaldo and the way that Resende uses him. Apart from perfection. It's the only word that gives him justice right now.
Just sort of trying to understand on the flip side of that, you know, is Klinger thinking he's going to try and lay it off to someone, but she said Resende, he's just so direct with Cristiano. That's 6 goals he scored with Ronaldo. As you said, that will be GG. 6 goals to 1 if it wasn't already. Game over. From 1-0 down to bouncing back with not 1 or 2, but 6 goals. And Resende will continue this run that he will want to continue all the way to the grand final in the loser bracket. Commiserations to Klinger of Netshoes Esports. A top 4 finish for him. He will leave the tournament. The first name out of it. That man, though, on your screen, Resende, will continue his run. Cristiano Ronaldo, not team of the year, in form 95 Ronaldo, the star of the show. 6 goals he scored.
I mean, just unbelievable from Cristiano Ronaldo. You can see all of the goals he has scored by CR7 for Resende in this game. Schmeichel a little slow to get across his line there, you would say. This one, Ronaldo just bursting past that back line. Reece James was tracking back, but as soon as he took that touch, exquisite reverse elastico back into the space and then smashed past the goalkeeper into that bottom left corner. And you just saw Klinger and his friend there just sort of head in hands. I think it's Vinny actually from Footwiz behind him there. It was head in hands moment because there was nothing you can do. Sometimes you're in games of FIFA and you're just like, I don't know what to do. Like, everything that I do isn't working. I know, I don't want to bring this up, but I watched a game that you were playing in Champs today, Brandon. It was like 10-4, and literally every single thing that your opponent did worked. And sometimes you need to hold your hands up and say, this game just hasn't gone my way.
Yeah, there hasn't been many games that have gone my way, but that was certainly not one of them, which just got absolutely battered. No, I think the key thing here for Resende is the way that he just turned the game around, but it just kept on building and building and building and building. And look, you're going to see some of the goals here. Look at that to end the play. 6 goals to 1. You see the match highlights at the end. 0 shots in that second leg from Klinger. I mean, if you're not even creating a chance, you're never going to score a goal, are you? On the flip side, 4 goals, 4 shots. Resende, clinical. Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, he deserves another inform after that. I mean, absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, if Ronaldo was to score 6 goals in a game in real life, I'm sure he'd not only get an inform, but he'd be getting a statue built for him. Unbelievable performance from CR7. And really, you've got to consider Resende is on the comeback charge now. He's on that revenge charge, looking to turn over the losers bracket final and then the grand final against PHZ. We started with 4. We're now down to our final 3, and we've got 3 players left. All 3 players are the top 3 players in Xbox in South America. Could not ask for anything better.
You couldn't. I mean, that is rather fitting, isn't it? You've got first, second and third, although the top 2 are joint on points at the moment. That just shows how good and how clinical those sort of top players are and how consistent, I should say, they are time and time again. But that's going to conclude our loser round 3. Only 3 players remain in the tournament now. And without any further ado, we're going to throw it back over to Kyle and Ulabari to break down that last game.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much for that one. Wow, what a performance that was from Resende. He makes his way through to that losers bracket final right there, hoping to make his way through to the grand final. Uli, what did you make of his performance?
Unreal performance from Resende. I mean, we're praising PHC a lot, but Resende now reminding us why he is the current champion of South America.
Now we can introduce him into the stream before he gets into that losers bracket final. Resende, congratulations, great performance right there. I want to ask you, using the 95 rated Inform CR7 Cristiano Ronaldo, why that one and not going for the team of the year?
I was playing with R9 and Mbappe, but I was missing CR7 because he is very good in this game. His boost when he's with the ball is a great advantage for me. So I was missing him, and then in this game he scored like six goals.
He did score 6 goals. It was incredible. What a performance it was there. Uli, have you got a question?
Yes, Resende, congrats, parceiro. I feel like we see you all the time. Like you need to leave something for the rest. But no, honestly, congrats. And I know it's going to be a challenge, but if you do win the whole thing through losers bracket, you would have to go through Gabriel, PHC, which are clearly, you guys are the best 3 players in Xbox in South America. Do you think that would make a stand if you actually win the whole thing through losers bracket? You would have to make a reset bracket against PHC as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult because they are playing very good. PHZ and Gabriel is a very good players. Gabriel, he has a good place in his attack, so I need to be more careful when I am defending. So let's do my best gameplay.
Let's do your best indeed. Just one final question. I want to ask you about the Global Series rankings. You're currently tied on first with PHZ. Are you looking at those rankings? Do you watch them? Do you want to cement that #1 spot?
Sure, I want to be the first in the ranking, like every year, and I'm gonna try this. I'm working for this, and I will get this.
I love your confidence right there. We'll leave you to it. We'll leave you to prepare before that losers bracket final. Congratulations on your win. Good luck for the next match, and hopefully we'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Inter's Resende right there, saying he wants to be that #1 spot. He wants to take it. Uli, he said he's going to take it. That is very, very confident right there.
Yeah, Cal, we talked about this, and I love seeing this Resende now that he's the current champion, right? As we see the bracket now, just 3 remaining players, the best 3 players in the ranking, Gabriel, Resende, and PHC. And I like the confidence that Resende has now. I'm not saying he wasn't earlier, but it's just since he's been so good in previous years, I think he needed that win, right? And after that, we're seeing a more relaxed version of him, and that's nice. Also, like scoring tons of goals. Well, CR7 with the 6-goal performance. So I like that Resende clearly took off some pressure off his shoulders. So I think the best is coming. Gabriel is not going to make it easy for him, though.
Yes, the best is yet to come, but what a losers bracket final we do have. As you said, Gabriel is not going to make it easy for Resende, who is hoping to make his way through to that grand final and cement that #1 spot on the FIFA 21 Global Series rankings. Remember, Mercado Libre, they are one of our sponsors, and with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series action. Make sure you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. Right, that losers bracket final is coming up very, very shortly. You do not want to miss this one. Inter's Resende taking on R10's Gabriel. Yes, he fell out of that winners bracket, but he wants revenge. He wants to make his way up, and that is coming up after this short break.
ready for this. This. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. This.
Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, weather, rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means, getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America qualifier number 4. It is the penultimate qualifier and we are right in the middle of our Xbox Day 1. Yes, we've got our losers bracket final coming up very, very shortly. My name's Kyle Walker. Joining me through these next 2 days, Rodrigo Ulabari. Uli, I need to come to you for some expert advice and opinion. In form 95 rated Cristiano Ronaldo. Why is he better than Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo?
I was about to talk about that food item. I think we just saw the Inform 95 actually in this game. But the thing is, it's about the balance. The gold version of Cristiano Ronaldo is good, but he lacks a bit of balance. So I think starting the 94, definitely in the 95 version, it's just, of course, the Team of the Year is better. But at the same time, based on the squad restrictions we have in competitive FIFA, it's like you have a completely reliable goal-scoring machine in Cristiano Ronaldo 95, but then also you have two spots for another Team of the Year food item, an icon. So I think that's what Resende is going for. And then we saw in Gabriel against PHC, who actually scored against Gabriel on a corner kick. That's also something that brings to the table. Cristiano Ronaldo at R9, arguably the best two strikers in the game, he doesn't score on corner kicks. So Cristiano Ronaldo, you must have him. You must have him in your team no matter what.
I mean, you say that, I've not got him, but that's why I'm not competing at
You
these
have to.
events. I'll try my hardest to get him. I'm not sure that will happen. Let us know who your preference would be. You can join the conversation online, get involved on social media. Let us know who's your favourite. Have you got Cristiano Ronaldo? Have you got the Inform 95 rated one? Let us know. Make sure you get involved at EA Sports FIFA on Facebook. Also, FIFA Ultimate Team as well. Instagram, EA Sports FIFA. And on Twitter as well, you can get involved in the conversation at EA Sports FIFA using that hashtag FGS21. We want to hear from you. We want you to get involved in the conversation right there. Now, something that's very, very exciting, something we need to talk about. It's coming very soon. Yes, in 6 days' time, it does kick off, and it is the FIFA Face-Off. Do not miss this action on March 19th and March 26th. Members of the FIFA community will be teaming up with FIFA pros and celebrities for a chance to compete for a $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be an absolutely jaw-dropping event for everyone. And for more information, you can go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. I mean, it's very nice, Uli, that we're bringing together the community, we're bringing together content creators, pro players as well. It's a chance for everyone to come together.
Yeah, I love this initiative, and we see there Gravesen, good friend from Spain, former La Liga champion, who was struggling a little bit this season, and I know that he's going to be he made it to the broadcast in the next European qualifier, so a lot coming in this season. Honestly, I'm loving it. And I can't wait, like I said, for all these players, the best players from all the regions, to play against each other in the FIFA World Cup.
Yes, indeed. Now, there's plenty that we're giving back to you over the next few weeks as well. And some of those are the viewership rewards. They will be coming up very, very soon. There aren't any tokens for this event right now, but there are some for the next few weeks as well. So make sure you're looking out for those. Make sure that you stay locked in for all of those. But here we are, qualifier number 4 in the South American region. Let's have a look at our bracket. This is how things currently stand after all of the action. As you can see, we started off with PHZ taking on Gabriel. R10, both of them. The R10 derby was PHZ who's gone through to that grand final, and that left Gabriel going down into our losers final, where he would face either NSE Klinger or Inter's Resende. It was Resende who came out on top. He won that matchup, so he makes his way through to the losers final. They'll go head to head to see who comes out on top. And if PHZ, well, he'll be waiting in that grand final. Uli, the special thing about this is, if PHZ wants to win, he's just got to win one game of FIFA over 2 legs. If somebody else wants to win, they've got to beat him over 2 legs and then beat him over another 2 legs in a bracket reset.
Yeah, that's going to be tough either for Resende or Gabriel, who makes it out of this losers final. And, you know, I want to point out something about Resende being more confident. What I like, and we see many of the best players in each region, is that because the first leg, we saw six goals in the end, right, of Cristiano, but at first, in the first leg, he knows how to suffer, right? When his opponent is also playing so well, Resende just kept calm, and that talks about experience. But then when he actually started scoring goals, he just didn't let his opponent come back, and we saw the same with PHC against Gabriel, which at some moments Gabriel was tying the game. But then what makes PHC and Resende so dominant is that when they're losing, they don't lose their calm. And when they're winning, you can't make a comeback. They don't allow that. And I think that's the one thing that Gabriel needs to step up. Of course, he has what it takes. And of course, It's more about Resende and PHC being so good. And if they weren't here, Gabriel would be the best player in South America on Xbox, right? So this is his opportunity, I think, to, I mean, I was going to say make a name for himself, but we already know him. He's already in playoffs, but to be like, you know what, I can also be the South American champion.
Yes, indeed. It is 1, 2, and 3 on the Global Series rankings on the Xbox side of things that are still left in this competition. PHZ and Resende, they're tied at the top of that leaderboard, but it is Gabriel who's trying to claw his way up, make his way back to the top. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. But to do it, he's got to defeat Resende in this losers bracket final. This is how the two line up, and we can throw it over to Richard and Brandon to take us through it.
Thank you very much, Carl and Lillian. Yeah, here we go then. Loser bracket final time. And again, a rematch. These two have matched up before in one of these qualifiers, surprisingly, of how good and how clinical they've both been in terms of competition. Let's kick it off with Gabriel's team, Richard, just to remind ourselves of the team that did lose to PHZ, but still, this man's in for a chance of getting a rematch against PHZ if he was to win this game.
And again, a very interesting squad for the simple fact that we've seen Serginho Destfoot Future Stars, we've seen Rafael Varane, that's the informed Varane. Zinchenko at left back, the showdown, where he got the upgrade, the +2. And then also, team of the year, Lionel Messi. Ousmane Dembele, you're seeing now and again, but very rarely will you see team of the year Messi in the squad right there. The other players making up the 11, foot freeze Firmino, player of the month Bruno, and also Mbappe and Neymar. On the flip side of that, well, this is a squad that we're very familiar with because Resende was just in action, and that 95 CR7 stealing all the headlines. Making up the rest of the team, you got the Foot Future Stars, Kulusevski, and also Reece James. In form, Kyle Walker, Cancelo, Ederson, Bruno Fernandez, and Neymar. The other three players making up the squad, that's the headliners, Theo Hernandez, team of the year, Kylian Mbappe, and the most expensive player on the squad, prime icon moments, Patrick Vieira.
Yeah, and as you said, that back line, it's the back line of fullbacks once again, pretty much. Of course, you've got Kyle Walker's informed centre-back item, but you've got headliners Hernandez, you've got informed João Cancelo, and then in-game, as we know, those two will swap around and it will be Reece James, Future Stars, in its centre-back. This is a big game, Rich, because, we already know where these guys sit in the rankings. It's first against third, in all honesty, or joint first against third. We're looking at the three of the best players in South America on the Xbox. Winner of this game will then play PHZ in our grand final tonight. Again, two different performances, though. We haven't seen Gabriel kick off with a win yet because he did lose in that winners matchup, but it's still a player that we have to give respect to. It's only been him, Resende, and PHZ that have played in 3 out of the 4 qualifiers. So we know what these guys are all about. It sort of just gets to a stage where it becomes to those fine margins often, and I think that's the case of this game here.
Fine margins are so often what separates winners and losers in FIFA esports, but you would argue the games that we've seen today, Brandon, fine margins haven't separated. It was an 8-5 victory for PHZ and then a 6-1 victory for Resende. There's been quite sort of a large discrepancy between the two victors and their respective losers in the 2 matches we've seen so far. I think this is going to be a lot tighter game. No disrespect to Klinger, but even you're going by the points, he was 9th. Right now we're looking at the top 3. We are looking at the top 2 because number 1 obviously tied with Resende and PHZ, and we've got 2 first place and then 1 second place player right now. The winner of this tournament will solidify themselves as top dog here in South America.
Yeah, and again, we've still got 1 more qualifier to come next month, so still so much to talk about. You guys at home, let us know who you want to win this game. You can type in the chat on YouTube or on Twitch or wherever you're watching on. Just type in the name. Is it you looking at Resende or are you looking at Gabriel to win this game? After that incredible performance that I think a lot of people would have just seen with Resende, there's no doubt that we'll be backing him. A player that won the last qualifier in February, scored 6 goals with Cristiano, and I didn't need Mbappe, didn't need all his other players on the pitch. It was all about Ronaldo. It'll be the case of we can see him being so clinical again. Interesting team from Gabriel, though, as we've said. He's got Messi involved in there. He did get on the score sheet against PHZ. And just a completely different team. And I think people have to remember, at home, that these guys are using their own accounts. Yes, they're still incredible teams and super teams you'd call, but they're the guys that are making the purchases. They're the ones that are investing into these big coin players, and it's all personal preference as well. We have to remember that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Messi must tick the boxes that he's looking for Gabriel. I just feel as though if you're spending that amount of coins, and if you're using one of your two sort of premium players, the icon or the Team of the Year players, on Lionel Messi, unless it's untradeable, I don't know why you would go out and buy him. He doesn't really, as harsh as it sounds, he doesn't really suit the meta. He's not 5-star skills. He's predominantly one-footed. Granted, he can shoot on his right foot, but 9 times out of 10, you're looking to cut in on his left foot. I just feel as though, well, he has Mbappe, but any version of CR7, even Pele, probably suits the needs more than Lionel Messi does. But we'll just have to wait and see. He didn't really perform to the sort of levels that we expect him to in the first game that we saw him. He's got a second chance now, and can he take it, Gabriel?
Yeah, as I said, we'll be jumping into that game as soon as it is ready. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us. Winner goes into the grand final in qualifier number 4 here in South America. The loser will crash out the tournament in a top 3 position, which still will be incredible. I mean, this is big in terms of what happens in terms of who goes top. I mean, by the end of play today, there will be someone that will be top by a couple of points, whether it's 20 or 30 or 40 points, Richard. I mean, if Resende and PHZ were in the grand final, that would be the perfect scenario, because both are joint on 1,320 Global Series points, which they've accumulated. The winner will actually go top. It won't be a case of joint top. They will physically be top. On the flip side for Gabriel, he's currently about, I think, 200 points behind the rest. He's about 1,100 and I think 19 or something on those lines. He wins the whole thing, then he starts mixing things up again as well. So it's great to see. And to be honest, these guys don't really need points in the nicest way. They're playing to be the winners. They're playing, of course, for the pride and the trophies for their teams. But they're at the playoffs. They're at the playoffs after, I think, qualifier number 1 and number 2. It's a case of they're just playing good FIFA. They're being very consistent. And I mean, why not continue playing great FIFA? Because you're going to win money for it. The
number one thing they're looking to build on right now, you just mentioned there, is the consistency and also sort of the momentum going into the playoffs. Because you can have an outstanding season, but if you're not performing at the playoffs and making those playoffs your own, you're not going to make it through to the E-World Cup Grand Final. And that's where everyone really wants to be at. That's where the most money is given out in one singular tournament. And that's where sort of it all comes together. It's all knitted together. We've got all these different strands of the different regions doing their own thing. But if you're at that E-World Cup Final, you have the opportunity to call yourself the best in the world. Not just the best in your region or in your country, but across the planet, you're number one.
No, definitely. And I think for a lot of people out there, they might not have understood the new sort of reformat for this year at the Global Series, all online, all split across different regions, whether it's South America, North America, in Europe. You know, each of those tournaments do have their own qualifiers. And as we said, 5 qualifiers in total. This is qualifier number 4. And again, we still get to do it all again next month. So still so much to talk about, but when these guys are being so consistent on the Xbox, I mean, we're waiting to see that clinger or that extra player that's outside the top 5 that can really go on a run and can really make a name for themselves, because as long as these top 3 players keep playing well, and Rampazzo on that list as well, no one else is getting in. No one else is really getting a chance. And it's just been a very surprising year, I'd say, especially in South America.
Yeah, absolutely. Resende, Gabriel and PHZ have been dominating this region. If you want to get sort of anywhere near the level of these 3, well, we've got this little video where Resende is going to give his top tips in FIFA 21.
Meu nome é Pedro Rezende, sou do Brasil, jogo pela Inter de Milão, tenho 23 anos, minha gamer tag é INT Rezende e essas são minhas dicas de um profissional.
Immense pressure.
Ronaldo, fresh off the bench, the Frenchman will score!
A formação que eu venho mais usando no FIFA é a 4-4-1, com defesa em equilibrado, 5-4 de amplitude e profundidade, o ataque em lançamentos, com 5-4-2-2, essas questões. E essa é a formação que eu venho mais usando durante esse FIFA. As instruções que eu venho deixando nessa tática é nos meus 2 jogadores de frente ir para as pontas, chegar por trás e ficar no ataque. Nos meus 2 alas eu coloco para voltar para defender, cortar para dentro, chegar por trás e entrar na área para cruzamento. Nos meus 2 meio-campos, o mais ofensivo eu coloco para entrar na área para cruzamento e cobrir o centro.
simple. Here's Ronaldo Nazario.
Durante a partida, se eu tô ganhando algum jogo, o que eu mudo nas minhas formações de lançamento, eu coloco para equilibrado e abaixo para 2 barras nos jogadores dentro da área. Que isso vai me dar um pouco de mais de confiança ali na entrada da área com mais jogadores com opção de passe. Então essa é as mudanças que eu faço. Nas instruções não faço nenhum tipo de mudança e a formação também fica a mesma.
Fernandez back to R9 on the edge of the box on the finesse and into the back of the net.
Para mim, o jogador mais importante da minha equipe durante o Qualifier foi o Mbappé. Decidiu várias partidas e minha zaga também foi bastante consistente. Então creio que esses jogadores foram os que fizeram mais diferença para mim durante o Qualifier.
Mbappé all the way across. The Cristiano Ronaldo. And there you have it, a little bit more about Inter's Resenda, the man that won qualifier number 3 here in South America and wants to go on this incredible loser bracket run, Richard, to maybe play against PH and to take the top spot. This match is now underway in the loser bracket final. Gabriel from left to right, Resenda from right to left. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us now. Only one player can continue their run in the tournament. Who will that be? Over the 2 legs. Maybe an early start for Gabriel. A couple of ball rolls of that Lionel Messi that we've been talking about. It'll be a sort of case of getting that ball on the left foot of the Argentine. We know how much of a one that left foot can be for the Barcelona man.
We've seen typically second leg performances be the difference for Resenda. If you go back to qualifier number 3 as well, it was those second leg wins that really took him all the way to the trophy. The game we just saw, Brandon, he was 2-1 at the break. He scored 4 goals and kept a clean sheet in the second leg.
Must also be said, though, Rich, whoever makes it to the grand final has to sort of win back-to-back two-legged games of FIFA with the advantages that PHM will have from being in that winner's bracket stud. Yet to lose again. He's the only player in the grand final at the moment. One of these 2 will join him. Case of seeing how good this Ronaldo is this time. For Inter's Resenda. Interesting the way that he's gone about his team and the restrictions. He's gone for the icon of choice of Vieira. I think one of the only players that's actually used Vieira in the top 4. And his other team of the year item in Kylian Mbappe. Worth every single penny, I can assure you. Yet to score a goal, though. That's because Ronaldo has been so good. Here's another chance maybe now. Kulusevski can't whip the ball across Zinchenko. So it's Zinchenko. It's a very interesting choice there.
Arguably the top left back in the Premier League is that Zinchenko. Pace, dribbling, defensive work and physicality as well. It was the squad showdown, and when Man City did beat Gladbach, got the upgrade.
The flip side of that, future stars Sergino Dest. Barcelona also in the team. You've got foot threes Firmino, foot threes Ousmane Dembele in there. So many interesting choices for Gabriel, but there's a reason why he's 3rd in the rankings, and there's a reason why he's played in 3 out of these 4 tournaments. Playing with a sort of slightly different team. If it's not broke, don't fix it. There's Resenda. Acres of space, goes for that sort of player lock to try and get Ronaldo or Mbappe on the ball. Still in possession, could be on for a through ball. Chance for Resenda. Ronaldo looking for another solo effort. Didn't want to fully commit to that tackle. And still is just about in possession now. How good Resenda is at that, of sort of having an attack at sort of full speed and happily just to play back and recycle it, slow it down again, and then wait for the perfect time to come forward.
It's just the patience, isn't it?
It's all about getting that ball into Ronaldo for him as well. You'll see it time and time again. As much as you have your combinations between your Neymar, Mbappe, Vieira, Bruno Fernandez, it's about teeing the ball into that number 7 at the right time, the right opportunity, whether he can turn Varane or turn Kyle Walker. Here's that chance now, Mbappe. Can he find the feet of Ronaldo? Here is Ronaldo now. Lovely directional nutmeg. A bit too hard on the angle, and it'll go back to Schmeichel. In the end, you can see he's building, though. He's looking for that chance. He's waiting patiently. Ronaldo just to mark that run. And you saw the directional nutmeg there, trying to be the difference.
Just no passing lines at all on for Gabriel. You saw him work the ball forward there. Got it into quite a nice area, but as soon as he was trying to play the cutting pass, the killer pass, it just locked up.
Resende. A lot of this ball down the left-hand side with Neymar, but just struggling to get past the fullback. Went down the byline, a little bit too heavy on the touch. One thing that was really impressive from Gabriel's performance, although he did lose to PH, was sort of these through balls and this sort of counter-attacking style that he was able to play.
He's got 5 goals as well. Just PhD is just a different animal.
Could this be the breakthrough in this one? His Mbappe has been the star of the show. No Cristiano Ronaldo in sight in this team. It says a lot if you don't want to back Ronaldo, each to their own. To be fair, no R9 in the team, whether that's a case of he's just way too expensive, or for some players they might think, I'd rather have a team of the year or an icon well placed somewhere else. Probably just because he costs so much money. 40 minutes played, 0-0 between the two. Still waiting for that break for Resende. Wins the ball back well there. Neymar just off the chest of the forward. Look at the space out on the right-hand side for Resende to try and attack if he could.
It's been a relatively quiet opening 45 minutes. Both players defending very well. You see that offside trap coming up there as well. Not allowing the ball to be played in behind. When you play the offside trap, it forces the defence up, meaning that your opponent can't play the pass because he's just going to give the ball away. Just like that.
I think, Rich, that will do us for the first 45 minutes in this loser final. 0-0 the score between these two. And not really a clear chance to talk about, in all honesty. At the break, end-to-end FIFA at times in that game. Both players, as you can see, just lacking to find that final ball, or sort of just don't want to take the risk in a goal. They want to wait for the perfect chance, as you'd expect to see from these players at this level of how good they really are. No shots to talk about there, Rich. 0 at half-time.
Relatively quiet first half. I mean, both players will warm up, they'll get ready, they'll sort of flex the muscles, shall we say, in the probably second half. Right now, even in the second leg, there's no rush needed for either of these two players.
Of course, that's the beauty as well, isn't it, of a sort of the match being decided over 2 legs. Here's Resende now. Way around the corner for his play. Could be a chance. Could he find the ball to Ronaldo? Mbappe into Ronaldo. Well defended again by Kyle Walker. Just keeping CR7 at bay at the moment.
Keeping at arm's length.
For as long as he can.
Yeah, just not allowing him to create any sort of room between defender and goal. CR7 always having somebody in the way to stop those runs in behind and to stop those dribbling techniques that he was so good with.
Yet to see a perfect chance at goal from either of these two. Could this be the opportunity now? Messi sort of like getting onto his left foot, as we know. Messi still with it, just dancing in the box. A great idea there, just to cut it back into Ousmane Dembele. Really well read by Reece James. He'll play to Kyle Walker and chance to break away. You have to remember, this is third against joint first in the Global Series rankings. You're looking at the real top players on the Xbox here in South America. That is why this game is just so tightly contested, with what is up for grabs. A chance to play in the grand final against another incredible player. It comes down to fine margins.
I do fully believe that when one goal goes in, we'll see a few fly, though. I think the floodgates will open. It just all depends how long that first goal will take.
As we said, FIFA 21, a game where there's normally quite a few goals. Yet to really see it 0-0. I mean, FIFA 20, that was often the case. Sort of 0-0 matches that went to penalties and low-scoring games. Neither of these two yet to even register a shot, let alone a goal going in. 65 minutes played in the loser final. Gabriel of R10 against Inter's Resende. Could this be the chance we've been waiting for? Mbappe now, lovely ball, surely the breakthrough. Oh, it's the wrong man at the wrong time. I mean, that is Bruno Fernandez. Expects to be on target, but that one, not for a goal kick.
That's unexcusable from Bruno Fernandez right there. First shot registered after 70 minutes of build-up play and just dragged it wide. You expect Bruno to score. You expect him to score when you take that shot. Looking back in hindsight, probably needed to take a touch.
And straight down the other end. Here's Gabriel now. His first chance. Maybe his first shot or goal. Maybe his Bruno Fernandes can actually get it on target as well. Messi on his right foot. So close. Ball played in, whipped towards the back post, but that's what you love to see. Even on a 4-star weak foot, you still got to take the chances from there.
I mean, look, it was a good save from the goalkeeper, outstretched to his far post. If that's on his left foot, it's a goal.
Send it. It's Ronaldo trying to go on his own still, just driving. So direct with these heavy touches into pockets of space. Klazewski. To get the ball back in the centre of the pitch now, where there's options in support. There's Mbappe there, there's Neymar there. Mbappe just back on side. Still looking for the breakthrough. Is the card back? That's an awful pass. And an awful touch. It was I think an attempted cross. However, Mbappe just lost control of the ball. 90 minutes played. Still 0-0 in this game.
We usually show the highlights after a leg of FIFA. Don't really know if there's anything to show. That one chance from Messi and then the dragged shot from Bruno Fernandes. Still 6 or 7 minutes left for a player to make their mark on this first leg.
Look at the space. Vieira, of all people. And that's why he's often in the team. Yes, he might be a CDM by trade. But I don't know what it is. Often, in big matches or big moments, he steps up. You saw him sort of peel away and find a pocket of space. Ball goes into him, chests it, volleys it into the back of the net. And that's the breakthrough in this game. Inter's Resende will take the lead. Forget Ronaldo, forget Mbappe, forget Neymar. Patrick Vieira on the score sheet.
He just kept on striding forward, did Vieira right there. Just kept on walking, kept on going, and nobody really picked him up. Resende saw his CDM inside the box and just threw it in. Just said, see if you can do something like that. Beautiful touch, and then first time volley from the prime icon moment. Patrick Vieira to give Resende the lead in this tightly contested affair.
This is one goal. Might open the floodgates. Maybe the last chance of the game. Could see an equaliser for Gabriel. Firmino back to Bruno Fernandes into Mbappe. Chance. Oh, so close off the post. Still not dealt with. Gabriel might get one more bite of the cherry. One final chance. Messi. Can't find the feet of Mbappe. That'll do us for leg number one. But so close, Richard, for Gabriel to finding an equaliser there. Off the post, it ricocheted, and that will conclude leg number one.
Not only that chance as well, but just the final play of the game. That little through ball, he was looking to just feed it into his attacker. Reece James stepped out, won the ball back. Really not too much to shout about in that first leg. We're going to see the best moments from it that we can dig out right here. Cristiano Ronaldo looking to bridge past his man, but just defended all the way back to Schmeichel. That was a highlight right there. That bridge touch inside the box. It was how sort of tight the game was. That was a huge chance for Bruno Fernandez. Dragged it wide. Gabriel had a couple of opportunities himself. Bruno Fernandez inside the box here. Finds it back to Roberto Firmino. He then gives it to Messi. Creates a little bit of room on the edge of the box. Finesse shot comes in. Ederson springs away to his right-hand side to save that one. And Mbappe right here looking for the cutback. Nothing really came of it. But you see Vieira, he was the original ball winner. He won it back and then just carried on. You see him running. Nobody picks him up. On the chest. Bang. Right-footed volley. And Resende, big reaction as that one flew into the back of the net to give him a 1-goal lead.
And I mean, many players in that scenario sort of panic. They're like, can Vieira do it? Can Vieira not? This was the chance down the other end for Gabriel. What a chance it was for Mbappe. That one ricocheted off the post. But that's what Vieira's about. He always often does that. He makes these sort of late dart and runs into the box. He was in acres of space. It's a case of get the ball into him, chested it down, and smashed it into the back of the net. That is leg one concluded in this loser final. Resende leads by a 1-0 against Gabriel. We're off for a very quick break now. When we are back, that second leg will be here for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. At 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my... Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like... I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you Why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it suits, control it like some food. Which way do you think we should go? I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, give me more than tears. This hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, and I'm too proud to ask for help. First to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do. So why you think that? I know you don't love me like you say you do. Why you think that? So why you think that?
Well, welcome back to South America Qualifier number 4. My name is Brandon Smith. Joining me, as always, in the commentary booth is Richard Buckley. We're about to jump into leg 2 of our loser final. Only one of these two can continue their run through the loser bracket and to play against PH, which we must say, Rich, whoever does get through, that plans to be an incredible grand final. Resende or Gabriel, whoever wins, up against PH Zin. I mean, as we said, it's first against first or it's first against third. Either way, that plans to be a great one.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better, does it? Top 3 players in the region on the rankings. They're the 3 who are remaining here in the South American qualifier. PH Zin waiting patiently in the wings to find out who will be meeting him in the grand final. Resende, if you are just joining us, leading 1-0. However, such a tightly contested game in that first matchup. It was a late goal from Patrick Vieira which separates the two sides, but I guarantee it won't finish 1-0. There will be goals in this second leg.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, they played before, and it was the only time that Resende didn't make one of these qualifiers. It was actually because Gabriel beat him 3-2. It was back in, I believe, qualifier number 2 was the one that Resende wasn't at. He's played in. The last one was the champion there. Played in the first one, got a top 4 finish in that one. Yeah, it was actually Gabriel that stopped him back in January in qualifying number 2. So these two have played before, and again, that's no surprise because, you know, with how competitive this is, they are at the sort of the cream of the crop, these players, and they are going to play against each other, whether it's competitive games or practice games. So it plans to be a great game, whatever happens in this second leg. We are back underway. We had to wait 84 minutes for the breakthrough in leg number 1. We can pray, Richard, that won't be the case in this second game. Please allow the goals to come.
There will be goals. There will be goals. Don't worry.
It will be Resende from left to right in the interstrip in this game. And Gabriel kicking from right to left of Team R10. 45 minutes in leg 1. We were yet to see a shot. Hopefully that will change in this game. Often seems to be the case. Second leg FIFA often brings out a completely different performance, especially from what we've seen from Resende. The shock to the system for Resende probably will be the case, because it wasn't Ronaldo that scored. it was Vieira of all people. Chance. Mbappe now. Dancing in the box. Scoop turns all his way around. Just driving and driving. He needs Varane's help. Still not fully dealt with.
Very good patience there showed from Mbappe as well. He had the chance to sort of try and force it in the box. It wasn't really on. He goes to the edge and then tried to work a different avenue to attack.
Tries to play this long ball forward, does Gabriel. To apologise there for gameplay buffering just slightly. Of course, this has been a fully remote season. Everybody playing from all around the world. We might be commentating on the game in the United Kingdom, but this is live action all the way from South America. Resende leads by a goal to 0. He won his last game 6 goals to 1. Pushes over the defender there. We'll get away with that potentially. Mbappe, if he's onside, just off. It would have felt hard done by Gabriel.
He just
off the ball. He just got pushed over.
Literally just ran through him like he was a charger or something in an NFL game. Just ran straight through him like he wasn't even there.
Ronaldo very sort of out wide now, looking to drive in. He's got Kulusevski, Mbappe also in the box. Does well to move the ball back into the feet of Vieira. To be honest, he's been holding on to this ball for quite a long time as Resende is happy to play back. He's happy to restart again. Very, very patient player is Resende. Vieira. Mbappe now. Still Mbappe. Got back to Ronaldo. Recycles well. Ronaldo could find Mbappe again. Mbappe peels away. And gives Resende a 2-goal lead.
Incredible from Resende. As soon as he got inside the box, it was one-touch, crisp passing. Plays a little 1-2 down his right-hand side. Ronaldo then makes the run past the defender, slides it into CR7, pulled back to Mbappe, who just slots it into the back of the net. You want to know how to break people down in FIFA 21? Look at that goal right there. An amazing attacking display.
Brilliant goal as well. The combination was perfect. Ronaldo into Mbappe. The rest was history. And that's a 2-goal cushion. Resende wants that matchup. He wants that top spot. Said in his interview that that's exactly what he's going for. Resende moving forward at pace. Lovely interchange there between Bruno Fernandez and Mbappe. Maybe another goal. Does so well from Resende.
Resende is just playing at a different level right now. Beautiful play again in and around the box. Utilising the extra man in Bruno Fernandez. This time on his left foot. Does not make the mistake. Rifles it into the back of the net.
Liquid football from Inter's very own. I mean, I'd love to see a passing count on the screen there. Picture perfect. And again, a prime example, Rich, of what Bruno Fernandez is all about. He can get forward, he can get back, he can make those sort of meaty tackles when you need him to. But more importantly, when he needs to score, he can also do that. Gabriel chance around the corner. Bruno Fernandez times it red. Oh, no. That's also what Bruno Fernandez can do.
That's not Bruno Fernandez. That's all Gabriel. Timed red, the strike.
I mean, what a chance wasted. A chance for Ascende to punish it. Neymar. On his own, needs Roberto Firmino at the back.
What ball?
I mean, whether it was nerves, Rich, I don't know.
I think it could be a mixture of things. It could be he didn't think the ball was actually going to fall to him, so he shot and then the shot's registered again. Could be potentially a latency where he shot, the shot's not registered, then he shot again, then it's sort of caught up. It could be a numerous different things, but the main thing is that he timed it red and it went wide of the goal. It was a unbelievable opportunity to get her foot back in this time.
Kulusevski. It's Renato now, back to Kulusevski. He's got Mbappe in the box, goes for that player lock. Is it going to be three? Mbappe! Perfection from Resende. And again, it's deja vu. 3 goals before 45 minutes in the second leg. It's just what Resende does.
The player lock to the back post. Kylian Mbappe just gets up and just powers it in to the back of the net. Resende will be in that grand final and he will be taking on PHZ. And what a game that plans to be. Resende, all business right now. 3 shots, 3 on target, 3 goals.
In the drive-in seat, Richard. 45 minutes away, as you said, from that matchup that we all want to see. The battle for the top spot. PHZ against Resende. It looks like it could be on the cards. 4 goals needed by Gabriel. You can see his custom tactics now. Everything that he's looking to change. It's going to be a case of just throwing everything forward for this game.
And I literally called it just before this game started. I said Resende's second legs is where he's been killing people and where he's been killing games off. For the simple fact he scored that goal, 1-0, Vieira. He comes into the second leg and just continues his form into this second leg. 45 minutes, the game's done. Gabriel, he's got an absolute miracle if he wants to get back into this game.
Resende only conceded a goal across the 2 legs in his last game, and yet to concede in this one. Not just how good he can be going forward. Gabriel is not any FIFA player. He's an incredible, talented FIFA player, but this is what Resende will do. He'll start using his CDMs. He'll start using his sort of defended players. This is nice from Messi on the right foot. And maybe Gabriel can just unpick that back line of Resende. Might be on the weak foot of Lionel Messi. It's still 4 stars, and it's still Lionel Messi from those sort of areas back in the game with a really important goal 6 minutes after the restart.
He needed that to get back into this game. The question is, can he build on that? That's nice, winning the ball high up the pitch. Gabriel has to do that. He has to win it in Resende's sort of defensive third. Steal the ball off his midfielders and defenders just like that, if he wants any hope of getting back into this game.
Messi. Mbappe, get the ball back to Messi. Messi again! The Argentine strikes twice in just 11 in-game minutes to bring Gabriel straight back into the game.
Well, well, well. Resende now into his custom tactics. He's changing things around. Maybe a little bit of nerves creeping in for Resende. Wouldn't have necessarily thought this would have been a possibility in his future at halftime. So conceded 2 goals in 11 minutes.
Goal for the visitors. Number 10.
Just look how quick Gabriel presses high up the pitch as well. 5, 6 players all streaming forward. Is in.
Oh no, this could be bad. Resende, stay composed. Mbappe, that's clever. Into that Cristiano Ronaldo. And all that work undone.
One badly timed offside trap is all it took. He pressed high, he had to do it. Resende just floating the ball over the top. And then didn't know if a chip was coming or a ball roll. Just a simple pass to his right hand side.
Back to a 3-goal cushion. Maybe 4. Ronaldo into Mbappe on the half volley if he wants to. Drops the shoulder. Dances. Elastico's also in the box. That's naturally what's going to happen, isn't it? It's a case of you pushing so many players forward. Your line's going to be so high. And Resende was just able to pick him off. Maybe with another goal hit. Directional Nameg into space. Resende wants more. He's going to get more. Kulusevski! And I think we may as well get it right in now, Richard. PH in against Resende. The game that we've all been sort of anticipating. Could it happen?
Now he can put his feet back up again, can Resende? This could have gone a completely different way, you know, this second half. 2 goals inside 10-11 minutes. Really could have opened up the floodgates.
It's a 4-goal cushion again. Just even to get to these sort of scenarios. It's incredible for Resende. Gabriel. Nothing more than a consolation, in all honesty. I mean, we went from seeing 1 goal in leg 1 to seeing 7 in the second leg. And it looks like we'll be having a decider in this one. PH in. Top on the Xbox rankings. Resende also joint top, both on 1,320 Global Series points. This grand final will decide who will go top. Might not be by much, but there will be a bit of breathing space. Minutes left. Resende looking to go out in style. Into Vieira. Vieira surely not again on the score sheet. Around the 80th minute mark, Vieira turns into a centre forward.
We often talk about how players can progress and how players' seasons can rise and fall. Let me just remind you, these two matched, Brandon. Qualifier number 1, 3 qualifiers ago. Gabriel beat Resende 4 goals to 2. Now look at the score. 7-2 Resende leading. Resende has got better and better and better as this season has gone on.
And honestly, I don't know which way this grand final's going to go. Can Resende force a bracket reset? Can PHN win another tournament? Resende. 7-2 in this game. 8 goals to 2 overall. And the thing for him that he's got to remember, PHN hasn't been playing FIFA for the last probably about an hour and a half in terms of in this tournament. Resende will be playing back to back to back. Getting better and better and better as he does, or fills himself with so much confidence. You'll be thinking, if I can play like this and I can be this clinical in front of the goal, there's every chance I can force a bracket reset and maybe pick up a back-to-back championship. Long ball forward. And that'll do us in this one, Richard. Commiserations to Gabriel. Still another top 3 finish. He will still be sort of making it to the playoffs, whatever happens. But that man on your screen, Resende, with another incredible second leg, was 3-0 up at half-time. And he had a 4-goal cushion to sit on. Second leg FIFA plus Resende. It's a dangerous duo, Richard. It's a dangerous combination.
Yeah, and he went to 4-2 inside sort of 15 minutes. And we thought, is there a chance back? Is there an opportunity to get back into this game? But he just absolutely dominated the remainder of the game. We're going to see the best moments from this second leg. I can tell you there's plenty of goals coming up in this highlights package. Mbappe with the beautiful play. Ronaldo back into Mbappe, who just smashed it past the goalkeeper. And you're going to see Bruno Fernandez just get on the score sheet in a couple of seconds' time. He makes that run from centre mid, continues his run. Offloading the ball is Neymar. Yeah, great goal. And it was sort of one-way traffic in that first half.
I mean, half-time, leading by 3 goals again. He did it in his last game. Brilliant ball, that sort of manual player locking it he's gone for there. Then Mbappe leaps above the rest. And then this was an incredible sort of start to the second half, wasn't it? It was 2 goals in 11 minutes from Gabriel with Messi.
Yeah, and Messi getting the first one there, right-footed strike. You see him pick up the ball on the edge of the box there. Little 1-2, double-tapped back into Messi, who then fired it into the bottom left corner. Shake of the head from Resende. Gabriel looked like he was up for this and maybe getting back into it, but a badly timed offside trap completely took the wind out of Gabriel's sails, and from here on out, it was plain sailing for Resende.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, that moment there should not be looked upon. You have so much time and so much time to think. Some players often sort of don't put it in the back of the net or will often crumble on that pressure. Resende didn't do that. And I mean, look, Rich, he's leading by 4 goals at this point. He wasn't done there. He scored 2 more. Cheeky chip with Vieira again. He runs all the way from CDM into centre forward. He can smile and laugh about that one. And then scored again, if that wasn't enough. And to solidify the tie in the end and ensure that he continues this run in the loser bracket. This is the final goal we'll see now.
Yeah, Hernandez getting forward, dinked into the back post for Ronaldo, who just slots it past the goalkeeper there into an empty net. You see the stats. First leg, absolutely nothing at all until the 85th minute where Vieira scored. But in the second leg, one-way traffic for Resende. 8 shots, 7 goals.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Like, just to be able to create that amount of attacks against your opponent is incredible. And again, the way he denied his opponent as well, defended superbly well, has Resende. He will progress into the grand final. That will be our next game tonight. As we said, we've been talking about this region. We've been talking about the Xbox especially. Who is going to go top of this pile? Will it be PHN? Will it be Resende? Of course, Resende goes through the loser bracket. He has to force a bracket reset. If there's any chance that he will be a winner, all PHN has got to do is win over 2 legs, but it's not going to be an easy game, of course, against his opponent. That's going to do us for the loser bracket matchup. We're going to go for a quick break now. In the meantime, let's throw it back over to Carl and Olabari, who are going to break down that last game.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. Yes, what a game it was. Uli, let's try and break this one down right here, because the first game and the second game, they were very different.
Yeah, completely. The first game, clearly no one wanted to score. We even saw Cristiano Ronaldo missed such a clear chance, and that's the one thing that Cristiano Ronaldo likes, if anything, is that with his left foot, he sometimes needs to control the ball before actually finishing. But also what we're seeing from Resende is that because he has Cristiano Ronaldo 95 and not the team of the year, then in the midfield he can have Vieira, which is key. He's just such a dominant player in the midfield. And once again, the same we saw from Resende in the previous game that he knows how to suffer, right? Like the first leg, it was more tight, but then once he starts scoring, his opponent can't make a comeback. So respect to Resende, and what a final we're going to have.
What a final we will have indeed. There's been plenty of action already here on day one of the FIFA 21 Global Series South America qualifier number 4. We've somehow picked a play of the game. Ulibari, let's have a look at the play of the game.
Yeah, here we see a counter-attack from Resende, and look how Vieira joins the attack. He sends Vieira forward with LB in Xbox, L1 in PlayStation, and then the chip shot. With Vieira, easier said than done. That just shows very confident Resende right now. But now he's going to go against the super boss, so I don't know if he's going to be able to score a chip shot against PHC. But yeah, that's what Vieira has. That he's such a defensive player, but he joins the attack as well. So great goal, one of the 20 goals Resende has scored today. So yeah, good for him.
Good for him indeed, and he does make his way through to that grand final where he will take on PHZ. The two of those, they are tied on Global Series ranking points, 1,320 points apiece, and the winner of this will gain more and take that advantage moving forward here at the penultimate qualifier of the South American region. Let's give a shout out to one of our sponsors right now. Yes, Mercado Libre. With Mercado Libre, you get the best of FIFA 21 Global Series action, so make sure you download the app and discover the best ways to buy online. Right, we're gearing ourselves up towards that final. I mean, it's been plenty of action that's unfolded in front of us already. We've seen plenty of goals. We've seen lots of tactics, masterclass between each of them right there. All of our competitors that have been involved. And Uli, it has set up a grand final, hasn't it?
We couldn't have asked for a better final, Kyle. It's as simple as that. We're talking about the two best players in South America, back-to-back champion in PHC, but then in the third qualifier, he didn't have the best performance. Clearly, not only he didn't make it to the broadcast, but he actually lost in earlier stages, so that's why they're even in the ranking. And Resende has been so consistent and the current champion, and he's completely having an inspired moment of FIFA today, so we're gonna have the best possible final we could have in South America Xbox.
Definitely, and just a little bit of an explainer, because PHC has gone through on the winners bracket side of things. All he has to do is win the first matchup over 2 legs to be crowned champion here on day one. If Resende wants to win, he has to win the first game and then over 2 legs, and then he has to win the second game as well. And that is how he will be crowned champion. He has to force the bracket reset by beating the unbeaten PHZ from R10 if Resende wants to be crowned champion. Right, that final is coming up very, very shortly, so make sure you do stick with us. Before we get into that, something very, very important at Electronic Arts is that they believe in the power of positive play. Mental health is top of mind for all of us involved here, and there are plenty of resources that we are providing to our competitive players that are taking part in all of these tournaments. Yes, being part of a gaming community should be positive, fun, fair and safe for all, and we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. We've put a short film together which will show you all about it.
Cancel Christmas for you on the spot. Ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. dip to the cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. I swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it suits you, control it like some food.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence. Give me more than tears. This hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, but not too proud to ask for help. Used to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Girl, why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? Girl, why you think that?
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America qualifier number 4. It is the penultimate qualifier here in this region, and we are one step or maybe 2 steps away from crowning our champion as we move into our grand final. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Rodrigo Ulabari, and Uli, the grand final might just provide us with lots of fireworks.
Yeah, according Brandon Smith, or Richard was it, the super boss against the current champion. And yeah, like we were saying earlier, it's rare that they're completely tied in the ranking when PHC was a back-to-back champion, right? But the thing is, Resende has been more consistent in the 3 qualifiers, so props to that. And I think this is such an exceptional moment in which the best 2 players of the region, after 3 qualifiers, they meet against each other in the grand final for the first seed in the region.
Yes, and that's what I'm looking forward to. For anyone that doesn't know, well, Number 1 and number 2 of our qualifiers were won by PHC. Number 3 was won by Resende. And number 4 is going to be won by one of those. They've been truly dominant in this region this season. Who do you think's going to win? Let us know on social media. Yes, you can join the conversation. You can share your thoughts on Facebook, FIFA Ultimate Team, FIFA Esports as well. EA Sports FIFA on Instagram right there. And also, we want to hear from you on Twitter. Yes, we do, at EA Sports FIFA, using the hashtag FGS21. Let us know who you think is going to win in this matchup right here. Right, let's move on. Let's talk about something extra special we've got coming up that starts in 6 days' time. Yes, the FIFA face-off. The community meets the celebrities, meets the content creators, and you do not want to miss this. On March the 19th and 26th, members of the FIFA community will team up with FIFA pros, celebrities, for a chance to compete for a $25,000 prize pool. Is going to be an incredible event, so make sure you join us on the 19th and 26th of March. And for more information, you can go to ea.com/FIFA face-off. I mean, it's been an incredible day so far. We've got one match coming your way, the grand final, but it could potentially be 2. Now you're asking why? Why might it potentially be 2? It's the grand final. That is because one of our competitors, PHZ, he is unbeaten. And if Resende wants to win this entire tournament, he has to beat him once, forcing that bracket reset, because it is double elimination, 2 losses and you are out. Resende's already got one of those losses earlier on in an earlier qualifier for this event, but PHZ, he remains unbeaten. So if he wins the first match over 2 legs, he wins the entire tournament. But Resende, he's got to win the first match by 2 legs and then the second one over 2 legs as well, and he will be crowned champion of the 4th qualifier in the South American region. I mean, Uli, if there's one man that can force the bracket reset, if there's one man that can take on the super boss, it is Resende.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If someone can do it, it's Resende. No one else. Arguably Gabriel as well, but after what we just witnessed, yeah, I don't know, I think it's Resende the one that can actually do this. But the thing is, PHC this season, whenever he makes it to the broadcast, which has been 3 times, 2 previous times he was a champion, and this time he's looking like the favorite because he has the advantage of being in the winners bracket. But Resende has the momentum. Resende, I would say that is looking even stronger than the last qualifier. But then this also feels because we haven't seen PHC since the first round, and he also looked pretty solid. So what I'm sure about, though, is that we're going to have a great final.
We are indeed. I cannot wait for this one. You can see the smile on my face as we get closer and closer. The players are ready, their teams are ready, and all that's left to do is to throw it over to Richard and Brandon to take us through our grand final.
Thank you very much, Colin and the Bahrain. Yeah, what a final this plans to be. Whoever wins doesn't just become the champion in qualifier number 4. They will go top on the Xbox Global Series rankings here in South America. Let's kick it off with this team first and foremost. PHZ, he's been waiting in the wings for about an hour and a half or so, Richard. Talk to me through his team, because his team and him have not lost a game throughout this whole qualifier 4.
Been perfect so far has PHZ. You see, from back to front, prime icon moment Schmeichel, Foot Future Stars Reece James, and then 3 informs, Hernandez, Walker, and Cancelo. Quite a low defense. That's because he stacks his offense with Team of the Year CR7 and Team of the Year Mbappe. Regular Neymar, 90 rated Bruno Fernandez, and 89 rated Foot Freeze Firmino, with Kulusevski making up that right wing spot. On the other side, well, let's jump on over to Resende's squad. A squad that we've got quite familiar with viewing, as we've seen him twice in action this evening. 6 informs, I should say, in it. Edison, Walker, Cancelo, Bruno, Neymar, and CR7. Couple of Foot Future Stars, well, they're Reece James and also Kulusevski. Headliners, Theo Hernandez. Team of the Year, Mbappe. And a prime icon moments, Patrick Vieira at CDM.
Yeah, as you said, a man that's been playing back to back to back, Richard, and he's been picking up some superb results, has Resende. We must talk to you about this scenario, though, that Resende's come through the loser bracket, hasn't he, Richard, compared to PH Zin, who has not lost a game, which just changes things slightly, doesn't it, in the complexion of this grand final?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got one player who's been unbeaten, who's not suffered a defeat at all in this entire process, whereas Resende dropped down into that losers bracket and has had to win and win and win and win, and seemingly got better and better in every single performance. Beat Klinger 6-1, and then just beat Gabriel 8-2. I know you've been doing a little bit of research, going back and finding matches that they've played this year in FIFA 21, and it's an interesting read.
It is. The read is simple, Richard. Resende has not beat PH Zin in knockout football in the qualifiers this year. It's as simple as that. They played in qualifier number 1 in the semi-finals. 7-1 PH Zin won back in December. They played in qualifier number 2 in January. 5-4, a much more narrower game. We've got to remember, we're 2 or 3 months on from that. Again, Richard, how sort of in-depth do you look at that information? Because these two are clearly at the forefront. They're yet to play in a broadcast. Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing it in a broadcast, but sort of pre-broadcast rounds, quarterfinals, semi-finals that have played sort of off-stream a couple of weekends before. Resende's not won a game against him yet, and surely that's going to be in the back of his mind that I want to go and beat this guy, and if I can do it via a bracket reset, I mean, what a story that plans to be.
I mean, look, if he beats him the first time around, wins 2 legs, and then resets the bracket, level playing field, full of momentum, you got to think Resende will take that series. However, PH Zin has been impeccable in these grand finals. He's not dropped a game. He's won 2 finals back-to-back. That was Qualifier 1 and 2. Recently, he's gone and won the Club World Cup in South America, looking to make it a very, very good spring for him with this victory.
Yeah, well, I think the game is ready to go. It's grand final time here in South America for the 4th time this year. And here we go, the game with all the eyes on it. Whoever wins goes top of the pile, will officially be top by 60 global series ranking points. They're both joint at the moment on 1,320 points. The winner will take 600 points. Second place takes 540, meaning there will be a gap of 60 points. The difference of 2 weekend leagues. If you know, those are also so important. Are we going to get an early start here for Resende? Maybe an early goal for the man from Inter back. To Mbappe, deflected well. Still Neymar now. Let us know in the chat. Who do you want to win this game? PH Zin or Resende? Type in one of these 2 names and you can cast your vote. Who you think's going to come out on top? You can clearly see Resende wants an early start in this game and wants to really be in the driving seat.
Very, very crucial block as well at the back. He double-tapped it into the area. Mbappe swung his right boot at it. It was a PH Zin defender just making sure he got anything on the ball to send it out. So good with the player lock as well is Resende. You saw a tiny little bit of it used right there.
As you said, Rich, you're looking at the only 2 players that have been winning these tournaments. PH Zin's won qualifier number 1 and qualifier number 2. That was December and January back-to-back. Resende won this exact tournament just 4 weeks ago. And after today, it will still be only these 2 that have been winning these tournaments. Now the hundreds of people that have signed up. Here comes Resende. Mbappe. Defended just about by Reece James. Came back off the defender, apparently. And there will be PH in to get us back underway. I mean, we saw him in action early today, I should say. Very tight game between him and Gabriel. It was an end-to-end scoring game. One thing that PH always did, though, was he was always on top. He was in front by a goal, in front by 2, and at the end, Gabriel just sort of ran out of steam. And on the flip side for PH Zin, it was a case of just kept on scoring, kept on gaining momentum. PH Zin with Ronaldo! And it's a perfect start for the man that wants to win 3 of these tournaments.
Just a little fake shot inside the box. Sold Kyle Walker onto that left-hand side and then quickly shifted the ball onto his right to smash it into the back of the net.
60 minutes is all it took for the first goal to go in. PH Zin wants it done in 2. He wants it to be 3 titles this year. A player that's having the season of his life. E-Club World Cup winner. Already a 2-time champion this year on FIFA 21. However, as we know, Resende's second legs and Resende's ability to bounce back in matches where he's been down has been incredible. Not just in this tournament, but over so many years of the Global Series. He's a player that has made grand finals. A player that's been to playoffs and finished well. PH in looking for a second. Lovely ball. Could be a second. Looks for the cutback. Kulusevski cuts it back into Mbappe. Dancing in the box. And it's another perfect goal from PH in.
Just kept his composure inside the box there. You thought Kulusevski might have been the chance at the back post. He recycled it back into the box. And Mbappe with a little shimmy and a shake. And a cracking shot into the back of the net.
Just finding the sort of smallest of angles and the space in the box. And Mbappe, as you said, sort of ducking and diving around the back line. Makes it 2-0. And Inter's Resende needs to find a way back into this tie before it's too late. Paul's coming in from Resende. Looking to make a change for him. I mean, PH's only been forward 2 times. And he scored from both of those chances. Mbappe for Resende. Can he get the ball into Neymar or Cristiano Ronaldo? Also in the mix there. Find Mbappe. Will he go on his own? Neymar for Resende. Brilliant save, Schmeichel. That would go for a pause. We'll not be seeing the point of view of Resende. I'll be thinking PA's in. What is he changing?
Well, he has to change something, doesn't he? Because it's been about 30 minutes so far and nothing has stuck for Resende in this opening period. But it's a long, long game of FIFA. It's a marathon, certainly not a sprint. But saying that, you can sprint to a position where you can't be caught. If PHZ was to go 5-0 up in this first leg, well, there's no chance of Resende getting back in the second leg.
Yeah, he could literally put the game to bed by leg 1, couldn't he? If he really wanted to, PHZ. I mean, easier said than done, of course. That corner played short back to Vieira. Will be interchange well between Neymar and Bruno Fernandez. Kulusevski. Patient in the build-up is Resende. On 8-2 in his last game. Won 6-1 before that. The goals have been coming quick and fast, especially in his second leg matches. But this is the first time he's been down by 2-0. If you look back at past matches and past history, these two have played 2 times before. And PHN has won both of them. The 7-1 victory. And a 5-4 victory. It was much more of a tighter game.
What a
to
pass.
see Resende. Well, what a ball that could be. Keeper's off his line. Oh, no! Nearly got pickpocketed, Edison, there. Ball from PHZ. No one sees that. No one plays that pass.
I didn't even see it on the camera. Never mind see the pass to even play.
Watch out for Mbappe, just offside. There's the Parisian forward if he was on. Maybe it could have been 3-0. It's been the perfect first 45. It could be even better with a third goal here. One more pass. PH in. Has to stay composed. Brilliant save from Edison. To save Resende.
Yeah, absolutely.
That goes in. That's not just a head loss. That's a 3-goal deficit you've got to try and claw back.
Just to speak on that chance right there, as we do come into half-time, as soon as he threaded it into him, he did the ball roll and then looked for that shot at the near post. it was a shake of the head from PHC because he probably feels as though, looking back, if he had that chance again, maybe go for a sweat, maybe go for a pass across, maybe a finesse shot. He went for the power shot at the near post, and Ederson did really well. That's another reason that people love using Ederson. Not only is he the great with the ball at his feet, but he's quick. You see how quick he was off his line to charge down the angle and make it a harder opportunity to score. If that's a different goalkeeper who's a little bit slower, they don't get to him as quick, meaning that he's got more time to shape his body and shape a finish into either corner.
Resende. Gets us back underway. 2 goals down he is at the moment. As you said, he's come through the loser bracket, so Resende has to force a bracket reset. How he'll do that is by winning this first 2-legged game, which at the moment isn't going to plan. PHN is up by 2-0. One of the most consistent players in terms of the titles that he's won in South America. Won the E-Club World Cup just a couple of weeks ago with his teammate in MH7. Looking for another one. Goes for the finesse. Deflects its way back to the goalkeeper there. There's not many people that have had the season. I think other than Joksan, I think you'd look at in terms of E-Club World Cup and multiple tournament wins. Don't get me wrong, I know it's different in different regions where the competitive levels can be so different with so many more players involved. But those are sort of 2 standout players for me.
For even going into Europe, Adriman has been incredible, but he's not had the real sort of winning success that PHD, Matthias Bonanno and Joksam have had.
Chance to look for a third. I mean, it says you look across the board, and I mean, that's why we talk about the achievements being so different as well, because on the PlayStation Europe, you've got over 1,000 players signing up for these tournaments. So you take a top 4 spot, that feels like a huge win, because it is. Chance around the back of the post. Resende looking for a way back into the game. Deflected away. And Sam out for a goal kick.
How on earth has that not gone in? He just missed. He just missed the target.
It looked like it was deflected, but clearly not. Because it went out for a goal kick in the end. PHM was to go and get a third. Be a horrible way to end leg 1. Ronaldo goes for a corner. 2-0. PHN still does lead in this one. Towards the front post. Ronaldo's there for a flick on. Still nearly was alive. Keeper tripped over the defender. Chance to break. Resende straight back down the other end there. Ronaldo trying to pull away. Chance. Look for the cutback. Mbappe just can't get his foot on the ball.
Just enough black and gold shirts around the ball to make it a hard chance for Resende to get a shot away. I think the big sort of factor has been in this first leg, Brandon. Ronaldo's just not been scoring. He's not been in the game for Resende. His magic man hasn't been in the opportunity to score the goals.
As we said, this is your grand final qualifier number 4 here in South America. At the moment, PHN leads by 2-0 to win the first leg. Whoever wins will go top on the rankings on the Xbox in South America. 16 minutes away from concluding this first game with a very healthy 2-goal scoreline. Which is nice. Neymar and João Cancelo linking well. Patience. It's been a word we've used for Resende time and time again. That's what he's had to be, especially against the player PHG's quality. But after this start, he'll be thinking to himself, can I beat this player? Can I take this man down?
Just set himself up perfectly, hasn't he, PHG? And them 2 early goals in the first half.
Chance around the corner, well defended by Vieira. The reason why we sort of recall it in that way is because Resende's yet to beat PHG in sort of knockout football across previous events that we've seen, and Been able to break down. Another goal for PHG would be huge. On the flip side for Resende, even one goal would certainly make things interesting ahead of this second leg. There's no way through. Bobby Firmino, that.
Could have a counter. He's not being opposed to playing sort of audacious through balls either, PHC. Through balls that might not even look on the cards. He's been happy to sort of thread them through and see where they land.
Chance to break again now for Resende. He's got options in support. Again, no way through. That time's Reece James. Four minutes left. I mean, PHG would be dreaming of a first leg like this. Up by 2 goals, a clean sheet. He's needed to be clinical. That's exactly what he's been. When he needs to defend well, he's also been able to do that. Every single question that Resende's asked of him, he's been able to answer it again and again and again. Last chance of the game, minute of added time.
Third goal will be huge.
I mean, at this sort of time in the game, it would be absolutely massive. Chance round the corner. Could it be 3? Oh, nearly. Nearly latched on with that little ball around the goalkeeper to PHG. That will conclude leg 1. And Ronaldinho's esports organisation is very, very close to another win. It could be 3 titles out of 4 tournaments for PHG. And if he was to win this one, playing for R10 this year. Concludes leg 1, Richard, leading by 2-0.
Crazy consistency from PHZ. It was Resende with the first chance of this game right here. Looking for that cutback into Ronaldo. Opportunity came up the other end after that was blocked. PHZ, beautiful little turn to the left and then just fired it in on the right foot with CR7. 7 minutes later, in fact, Mbappe on the ball, in around the box, played into Cristiano Ronaldo, who found Kulusevski at the back post. He found it back into Mbappe. A little step over and just sort of a shimmy inside the box. The body feint used to perfection right there. Smashed it in at the near post, and that was the game right there. No other goals went in. He just ball rolled. Ederson did really well to extend his arms out and save that chance right there. Resende did have an opportunity. Neymar linking into Bruno Fernandez. He played the 1-1 pass to Kulusevski, looked for the cutback and somehow put wide of the goal.
Yeah, so this was added time. That was the chance right at the end of the game. If Ronaldo was to get on that ball and just a ball roll it around the goalkeeper. And then that Ederson save as well. You don't realise how big that was for Resende. But that is our first game concluded of our grand final. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we are back, we'll be back with that second leg to find out. Will PHZ make it 3 titles or will Resende make it a bracket reset? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time.
Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's cool, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, pumping knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. Go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
welcome back for potentially the final time here in qualifier number 4 in South America. Of course, you're joined by myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley, guiding you through the action of our 4th grand final on the Xbox in South America. If you've missed what's happened in the first game, Rich, give an update to everybody that is watching at home.
Well, you've got PH Zin, who's been impeccable throughout this entire tournament. He's not dropped a game. He came through the winners bracket, beating Gabriel 8-5 earlier on today. We had our losers bracket where Resende was situated. He beat Klinger 6-1 and then took down Gabriel, who fell from the winners bracket down to the losers bracket. Resende didn't just beat him, he dominated 8-2. We're now in our grand final. PH Zin won the first leg 2-0. If he sees this result out, well, he will be your champion. However, if Resende wins this second leg and wins this series, we will go all over again for our game 2, and the bracket will be reset, level playing field, winner takes everything.
I mean, as you said, we're in a bit of an interesting predicament because, as you said, PH Zin is not lost to Resende before, but then Resende's second leg performances have been so good as of late. Do let us know wherever you're watching from on Twitch or on YouTube. Type in the chat, who do you think is going to win, Resende or, of course, PH Zin? Who do you think is going to come out on top in this game? Just type in your answer. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see which way the vote goes because Resende did have a couple of chances. Just struggled to break down the defence of PH Zin, wasn't it? A couple of times he was losing the ball in the midfield. The sort of 2 CDMs or those sort of box-to-box midfielders for PH Zin just kept on picking up the ball, kept on intercepting the play, and you can see Resende naturally just getting really frustrated.
Yeah, very frustrated, and I think he just didn't create, did he? That was the issue. He just couldn't get those chances firing. Couldn't get Ronaldo on the ball, couldn't get those driving runs, those directional nutmegs into the box. You still see the vote there from everybody in the chat. Resende is still the favourite, 78% of the vote, now 80%, now 82%. Resende running away with it. The question is, will he run away with this second leg and force the bracket reset? Only time will tell.
I mean, you've got to realise as well who's in front of Resende, a player that's won this tournament 2 times already. It'd be 3 times, a 3-time winner in South America on the Xbox. It would be, as you said, whoever wins this game as well will go top of the pile in South America on the Xbox as well. So, I mean, that fills you with confidence. I mean, you don't even need to play qualifier number 5. I'm sure that won't be the case. But, you've got enough points. You had enough points probably in January to get yourself in the playoffs. It's a case of just, as you said, keep up the momentum, winning tournaments, winning points for your team, whether that's E-Club World Cup, whether that's maybe CONMEBOL Libertadores, which happens literally in the next couple of days. PH Zin's going to be involved in that one. I mean, just the good feeling at the moment in the R10 camp is clearly there with all their players because everyone's qualifying for things and everybody's making finals, so it seems.
Well, absolutely. I mean, as soon as the season sort of started, we saw this R10 team, especially on the Xbox, just dominating qualifiers. 3 out of 4 players representing R10, and I think in 2 of the first qualifiers that we had, you see live shots of the 2 players right there. They are moments away from getting into this grand final. But Resende has been slowly chipping away. He's been slowly getting better and better. He's looking to overthrow the king of the Xbox division here in South America, in PH Zin.
Here we go then. As we said, PH Zin wins this leg of FIFA and can hold on to that 2-goal lead that he's already created for himself. There will be game, set, and match. PH Zin will make it 3 titles this year. Or can Resende, after failing 2 times before in previous tournaments to take down this man, can he finally do it this time round? It'll be Resende kicking from left to right in this one, in his inter strip. And the flip side of that, of course, PH Zin, kicking from right to left in the white. All to play for here. Resende wins. It will be a bracket reset. We'll have to do it all over again. Sort of become the case that when PH Zin plays in these tournaments, as you've said, Rich, he comes to win them, and every time he's been on a broadcast so far, he's won it.
Can't say that for everybody, can you? I think the only other player, probably Joxan, literally, that's been flawless on broadcast. They've got quite a similar trajectory, actually, PH Zin and Joxan, from what they've won and how they've been dominating their specific region.
Yeah, the most recent tournament that Jorgsam picks up, and then cannot forget the E-Club World Cup, a different format this year. But nevertheless, you know, still what an opportunity to win that one. Free kick plays short for PHZ. Looking just to hold this one up. Ronaldo does get fouled. Advantage will be played. Glazevski into Bruno Fernandez, cuts it back into Mbappe. Needed the defending help of Reece James. This is your grand final winner. Will top the rankings and crown themselves the champion in Qualifier 4. Resende, lovely touch, chance, Neymar, what a tackle at the back, chance again, there is a way back into the game. Resende would have been thinking, how on earth did I not register a shot on that first chance? But luckily enough for him, Bruno Fernandez was lurking and waiting at the back post.
Right place, right time for Bruno Fernandez. The ball just sort of poked its way into Bruno. Must have been thinking, how have I not scored yet? But Bruno just slotted it in. Oh, what a header.
That is how good Ronaldo could be in the air. Again, whipped towards the back post. Punched up in the air. PH in. Looking to restore that 2-goal cushion as soon as he can. Firmino, Mbappe. Off the knee of Reece James. That was enough to deny it. What was that goal done for Resende? They've given him some confidence now. Let's have to...
Again, it's just the second leg, isn't it? Second leg Resende is a different beast.
He's coming for another one. Is he going to get one? Superb defending from Reece James there. Scooped it away. Resende piling on the pressure. Looking for a second goal. Defended. Chance to break. Break with numbers. A goal to separate the two. A third of this game near enough played. As we said, Resende has to win this to force the bracket reset, then has to go and play another 2 legs against PH. And if PH in on the flip side was to win this second leg, he'd be a champion in qualifier number 4. This is nice from PH in. Lovely little interchange triangles from Mbappe and Bruno Fernandez, who's dancing towards the box. Unfortunately, can't be dancing past Reece James. Fantastic tackle there.
That's a nice ball out wide. You can't allow the game to sort of... You can't allow Resende to get on top of him right now, but PH also can't let this game just sort of fade away and slide away. So he was in a very good position, but as soon as Resende got that first goal back, the scales swung in Resende's favour.
Resende now. Can he get the ball into his sort of superstar player of the evening? It's been Cristiano Ronaldo. Scored so many goals. Can he find it now? Chance, turns his man well. Again, another great tackle. Reece James at both ends. Proving his worth and proving why he's in all the teams. Across all the different regions. What a player he is.
What a centre-back as well. He's not even a centre-back. He's designed as a right-back, but just an incredible CV.
PH In's turn now. 5 minutes before the half. Comes to an end. 2-1. PH In does lead in the grand final here. Can he break down this wall of shirts? They stand strong for Resende. Possession once again changes hands. It's a bit of a rarity that you get to see a game like this, where, as you said, both these two are joint at the top of the pile on the exact same Global Series ranking points. Chance for Resende, lifts it into the box. Michael. Done that a lot. Yet to sort of collect the ball, has he, in any of those moments? Always punched away or a little bit of a fingertip save. That'll do us for half-time.
Just getting anything on the ball. I think the main thing there for your goalkeeper, as long as it's going out rather than up. Schmeichel punched it out of the box and away, rather than sort of up and into a dangerous area. You see the two formations. PH in a 4-4-2. Resende in a 5-3-2, with Kulusevski playing left wing-back, Cancelo right wing-back. So two very, very different formations facing off here in the second half.
So whether that's a change from Resende. Because it didn't feel like we saw him in a 5-back earlier tonight.
Say 4-2-3-1, I believe.
Clearly after that first leg, maybe he wanted to slightly move a couple of things around. Jin is 45 minutes away from crowning himself champion for the third time in this region. Will that one goal lead be enough, though? Because Resende will be knocking on the door to find that equaliser, to maybe find that match winner. Vieira's averaged a goal a game as well. I mean, that would be a story if he was to get on the score sheet. Vieira back to Mbappe now. Chance, Ronaldo, is it too heavy? Does well to delay it. Again, just always seems to be a defender there for PH. Well read by Resende. Trying to sort of whip that ball forward with pace. Resende. Again, lovely composure touch, or sort of a touch away. It was a little bit of an unnatural one from Cristiano Ronaldo there. Look at the space to break into. Kulusevski. Makers of space for PH. Does well, Mbappe. Mbappe still! Brilliant save.
Chancing it over.
So pressure's still on. Resende, end-to-end FIFA this second leg's been. Resende, the only player that scored out of the two.
Resende won't rush anything in this game. He'll keep his calm, he'll keep his composure. You see the 5-back working a treat for him right there.
Is that the cutback he's looking for? Neymar. Again, another clutch tackle from PH. Moments like that, we have to be so sure you're going to win the ball. How many more times can he sort of fall back upon that, though? Will he become unpicked? Will he become unstuck? Chance, whipped into the box. Schmeichel that time. 25 minutes away. Will one goal be enough? Resende again on top here. Asking so many questions. Again, another great tackle. That time, Kyle Walker.
Just block after block after block. And he's just looking to play on the counter-attack right now. Here's PH in. What a ball!
Lovely ball. Ronaldo, surely not. Oh, that would have been a hell of a way to potentially win this game. I mean, he's up against the 5-back as well, Resende.
But it's quickly turned into a 3-5-2. If you can see how high the wing-backs are. Just look at the minimap on the far-hand side. Look how high Cancelo is. Almost playing as a right forward.
And that's why Kulusevski's had so much time in these sort of moments. Can he get the ball into the box? Resende. Still waiting for that perfect moment, that perfect chance. The time is running out for him. Slowly but surely.
He's working the space. He's working the opportunity. He only needs one good chance.
He has dominated, don't get me wrong. He's had all the possession. If you're not scoring, it doesn't mean anything. Can this be a chance he takes? Neymar. Wins a corner again. Press really on for PH in. We're going to go into the pause for PH in now.
I would assume definitely fresh legs coming on. Adama Traore there as a centre midfielder. Maybe that goes into a 5-back potentially with the addition of Adama Traore. She's gone a little bit higher on the depth there, actually, has PH in and Alessandrini. You've got Rashford. He's brought on the 87 Renier, though. That, to me, looks like potentially a formation change. Adama Traore typically used a left wing back, and then Renier, you can play him centre mid. We'll have to wait and see, though.
There you go. There's one change for him. Or two. Will those fresh legs be enough to see out this game? Whipped in towards the box. 13 minutes away from being a 3-time champion. In South America is PH in. At the moment, he's been able to deal with this pressure from Resende that he just keeps on piling on him. However, how long can it last? How long can these clutch tackles keep happening for him? Resende wins another corner now. Final 10 minutes. Resende scores. We'll go to extra time. He's just trying to score. That's the problem. Only one player forward for PH, and that's Mbappe, who will be ready to break on a counter-attack if he wins back the ball. You said this 5-3-2, which turns into a 3-5-2 on the offense, I should say. Chance on the corner, another great save, Schmeichel.
What a save from Peter Schmeichel, that is. Keeping PH in the lead, barely.
But still, again, attack after attack from Resende. Yet to find a result, yet to find a way back into the tie. Can this be the chance? Lovely directional nutmeg, get the ball across, chance again, somehow!
How has Resende not scored in this game? I will never know.
I mean, is it Reece James, Cole? How will they get him round Ronaldo in those sort of areas? These clutch tackles that just keep on happening. 2 minutes left. Resende's final chance to equalise, to take us to extra time. Or is it all said and done? Will PHM be a 3-time champion? And when his defensive efforts pay off, lovely directional nutmeg, chance, play it across, Resende! Finally! Will be rewarded for his efforts.
It looks like we're going to extra time. Resende's pressure finally pays off. Wow. You have to say, it's been coming. That goal's been coming a long time. For Resende.
Minutes. Seconds away from concluding this, but you're exactly right. I think for this whole 45 minutes, Richard, it's been all Resende. Attack after attack after attack, and who else would it be than that man, Cristiano Ronaldo, who's been the hero throughout this whole tournament process to take us into extra time.
Hold the phone.
Unless...
Hold the phone. That's it.
Well, well, well. Still undecided what will happen in this game. PHM won first game 2-0. Resende won the second leg 2-0. As we said, we'll paint the picture for you. If PHM wins in extra time, he will win this tournament. He will be a 3-time champion in South America. If Resende wins, Resende forces a bracket reset because he came through the loser bracket and will play another 2 legs of FIFA between these two.
And if not, penalty shootout to decide the winner in this extra time period if they are still level.
That would be one hell of a way to decide this one. Of course, Resende from left to right in the first half of extra time. PHN needs to be better in terms of going forward and creating chances, because it has been all Resende. Paul's already coming in from PHN. He's not happy with something. Resende, chance, goal! Resende! With that man, Cristiano Ronaldo again.
Took him a long time to turn up, CR7, but he does it in the clutch moment for Resende. Great finish. First time fake shot and then just found the bottom left corner. The bracket reset is certainly on the cards.
We said it before, but Say it again. Resende has not beat PH ever in one of these tournaments in knockout football. I mean, what a time would be to force a bracket reset for him. And then if he was to go and win again over 2 legs. What a story it would
goal.
be.
There is time, though, for PH Zin. He's just not looked himself since he went 2-0 up, I'll be honest with you.
The worst thing is, this will be the first defeat that PH would have tasted in this whole tournament, and he has to go up again against Resende. What can PH bounce back? Maybe with a chance here. Defended well. Just about. Sort of got in a bit of a twist there and a tangle. Didn't know what he wanted to do. You can imagine now Resende is going to try and just sit in that 5 back, try and just see out the game as best he can. Maybe one more goal would be the best way to solidify it, Ronaldo.
Great
Played
running.
by Damachoy, all right.
Yeah. Just probably the only player that could have caught Ronaldo in that predicament right there. Went shoulder to shoulder and just poked the ball away from him.
Chance, PH in. Chance. Oh, it's beautiful! The heel to heel from Ronaldo. Out of absolutely nowhere.
Ice
To bring
running
it
through
back
his
into the tie.
veins. Ice running through his veins. PH in. Heel to heel flick and then smash past into an empty net. He's being dominated. In all honesty, he's had nothing to go for. He's been living on scraps. But he turned those scraps into gold. In the form of a goal.
In such a narrow area where you've got to be creative, you've got to think quick. A heel to heel into the back of the net will set us up for what will be the biggest 15 minutes in South America that we've seen for a long time here. 15 minutes. This screams of a penalty shootout.
15 minutes remaining. If you'd have told me that after leg 1 we'd have been going to extra time, I just wouldn't have believed you. I thought PHC was looking so comfortable, and then we go into extra time. Resende goes 3-2 up on extra time, and I'm thinking this is going to end like 6-2. Resende looked like a man possessed, but PHC showing that championship mentality, never saying die attitude.
Well, that's that goal. Reignited that belief. To say, you know what, I've won 2 of these before. Why not make it 3?
Look for a hat-trick.
Resende wins. We get a bracket reset and we do it all over again for 2 legs. Ten minutes. Mendy driving forward for Resende. I guess second by the cherry.
I think penalties is lurking, isn't it? It's just on the distance. It's on the summit, and we're just about to cross over it.
Or is there a late goal? One more chance, maybe.
He's in.
PH in. Looks to drive forward. PH in.
Oh, he's offside.
Just offside.
They were in then. They were like 3-on-1.
Where will that final chance land? Will it fall to Resende? Will it fall to PH in?
Edge of the sea action right now. Who's going to be the king of South America?
Last chance saloon. It looks like it's going to fall to Resende. Added time to follow now. It looks like this could be a penalty shootout, in all honesty, unless
he'll get one more chance.
One of these two can be clinical. Added time of a minute. Wins the ball back. Chance to get the ball forward for PHZ.
Hold on.
This would be incredible. What a tackle.
Cynical. Cynical. It was away from him.
Is that enough? Is that us done, referee? Surely not. For PHZ to send the game.
That's it.
We're going to penalty shootouts, ladies and gentlemen. PHZ wins, he'll be a champion. Resende wins, we go to a bracket reset. Resende steps up first with Furlong Mendy. Which way will he go? Scores.
Good penalty straight down the middle. It's going to be PHZ stepping up with Alessandrini. Tucks it away.
Resende up next. Cristiano, the man that's been so good for him, will score again.
What a penalty. The reticle isn't all for these penalties. You have to remember, if you are watching at home, Adama Traore slots it into the left.
2 for 2. Up steps Kulusevski. For Resende, makes it 3 out of 3.
Perfect so far. Rinier stepping up from the spot, slots it in.
Vieira now scored a couple of goals, needs to score from the spot, will just about tuck it in.
Who is going to miss first? Neymar stepping up to the spot for PHZ. Saved!
Resende scores. He forces a bracket reset. Mbappe steps up. Saved!
PHZ must score to keep this alive with Ronaldo. Saved! The bracket reset is happening.
And Resende will send this back to another two-legged game on a penalty shootout. Watch it, drink it in. This is FIFA Esports in South America. We're doing it all again over 2 legs of FIFA. I mean, there was a miss, then there was another miss, and then just a clawed away in the end by Edison to prevent the penalty from PHZ.
Just straight down the middle, wasn't it, in the end? Great save from Schmeichel. Stood to one side, then dove to the left. Very good penalties as well, in all honesty. We'll see the highlights of the second leg right here between these two. It was Neymar getting that deflection back to Bruno Fernandez. He then got a goal back again, did Resende. Good chance there for PHZ. The ball threaded through to Kulusevski, whipped into the box, nobody on it for Schmeichel. But this was the goal for Resende. He was probing and probing and probing and finally got his result in this matchup. That one tipped over the bar. It was a late goal, 87th, 88th minute, but he did get the goal finally.
Yeah, he did. He was knocking on the door, wasn't he? Waiting for that perfect chance. And this was the chance again. Did so well. This is the touch here. Round the corner. It's about playing it across the box, away from the defender. Ronaldo tucked it in. And that sent us to extra time, where Resende scored the first goal. And at that point, we're thinking, is he going to run away with this game in extra time?
Well, that was the question, wasn't it? Because he went up in extra time. 3-2. Bruno Fernandez back into Mbappe. He then found the ball back to CR7, who found the back of the net. Huge vamos there from Ronaldo. But PHZ showing that winning mentality. He didn't have much, but when this chance fell, heel-to-heel flick past the goalkeeper. Great composure shown. And we went to the penalty spot.
Yeah, we did. And then that was... I mean, this is the deciding penalty now. PHN had to score to stay in the shootout. Up step Ronaldo and clawed away by Edison in net. The Brazilian for Resende forces a bracket reset, which means we do this all over again. Another 2 legs of FIFA is coming up very, very soon between these two. Winner will be crowned the champion in South America qualifier number 4. Match stats from the game, Rich, as you can see, second legs, as it always seems to do. All the chances were created there. But there's a fact for you. Resende, first time he's beaten PHZ, and it came in a grand final. No better time.
Yeah, incredible scenes from both of these two. And the question remains now, does the balance completely switch over? Is Resende the favourite going into the bracket reset? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to do that indeed. We are going to go to a quick break now to give our players a couple of minutes just to get ready to jump back into the game. When we are back from the break, we'll be doing it all over again in the grand final here in South America. It's PHZ against Resende coming up very soon indeed. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
'cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it's serious, show it like some food.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, please. Give me more than tears. This hit is yours. Too broken to be fixed, but not too proud to ask for help. Used to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
So why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? So why you think that?
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series qualifier number 4 in South America. Wow, we've had one grand final match that went all the way to penalties. Resende, he had to reset the bracket and he did just that, winning 4-3. Bari. Let's quickly talk about this one. If we're going to have a bracket reset, if we're going to have another game in the grand final, you want the first one to be as dramatic as that one we've just seen.
For sure, this is as good as it gets, no doubt. What a game from both players. We had a comeback, we had great goals in the most intense moments, we had penalty kicks. So yeah, this is as good as it gets. This is what happens when the two best players from South America and Xbox play against each other. Just so much quality from both players. Now, this is it. This is it. Like, now we're gonna see who is the top one player in South America, because we need 5 of these games, it seems, to decide, because they're just so even. And Resende is not the same from the first qualifier when they played. Not all we saw PH getting the best of him, but now Resende seems, like we said, like he's even in a better form since last qualifier when he was champion. I think he's playing even at a better level now.
Now it'll be interesting to see, because both of these players, they are in a level playing field right now. Resende had it all to do. He had to reset the bracket. He's done just that. So effectively, it's one game apiece. The one who wins the next game of FIFA 21 over 2 legs, they will be crowned the champion here of qualifier number 4 in South America. Uli, these two have been so dominant, and we are ready to jump into our second leg. Let's jump straight into it. Richard, Brandon, I'm throwing it to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carl Nullarbor. And yep, here we go again. The bracket reset has been done by Inter's very own Resende. And it wasn't so plain sailing in the end for PHZ, and we thought maybe, just maybe, might have snatched the win after such a good start in leg number 1. Resende came back fighting in leg 2, went to extra time, we had penalties in the end, and Resende was able to hold his nerve from the spot, and a brilliant save from Edison was enough to deny Cristiano Ronaldo to ensure a bracket reset would be created. And here we go again then, Richard. All still to play for.
All still to play for, all up for grabs. Let's see who grabs this grand final by the scruff of the neck and makes it theirs.
Of course, Rosendo kicking from right to left in this one. 2 legs of FIFA coming up for you. P8's in from left to right, as we said. If Rosendo was to win this, what a story it would be. All the way from loser bracket round 3, where he's had an incredible run today, beating Klinger and then had to beat Gabriel, who beat him 8 goals to 2. And then beat P8's in for the first time ever in knockout FIFA here in South America. That would have surely just fueled him with a bit of confidence after quite a poor first leg by his own account. Rosendo was just so dominant in leg 2. Did not really give the ball at all to P8, but remained so patient, didn't he? Was just waiting and waiting and waiting and buying his time, and then eventually he was able to find that goal in the 89th minute. Here's Rosendo now. Charles dancing in the box. I tell you what, Cristiano Ronaldo once again carving a chance from absolutely nothing.
He just does whatever he wants to do, does Cristiano Ronaldo. Let's be honest, he is the ultimate big game player. And when Rosendo needs him most, he delivers.
Just ridiculous, though. He's just been able to carve out that finish down the byline. There was no options at all. But yet, still squeezes it in the near post and gives Rosendo the lead. 18 minutes played in leg number 1 of our second game in the grand final. The winner of this will be crowned champion in South America. I mean, you think if Rosendo was to win this, Rich, we're going to qualify number 5 if they both re-qualify. I mean, which is sort of the case of who's playing for the third title.
Quite literally. I mean, both with 2 apiece. It also shows Rosendo's resurgence in this season. First qualifier, he said, got beat 7-1 by PHZ. Now look at him, going toe-to-toe. And if he wins this, will be the top player in South America.
Yeah, alongside those Global Series points as well, you'll be top of the pile by 60 points ahead of your opponent. It's one of these two literally neck on neck. Chance, Rosendo wants 2, he'll get 2! Cristiano Ronaldo with a brace. The perfect start for Rosendo.
Wow, wow, wow. Talk about a turnaround. He won on penalties in the first series, with the brackets being reset, and he's all over him.
We spoke about that, didn't we? I mean, in terms of, from a sort of mental side of it, you know, PH in such good season this year. E-Club World Cup winner, a 2-time champion. But that's the first defeat that he's taken throughout this whole tournament. The way it went to penalties as well, would have been thinking, you know, we know penalties are lottery, and it can be so hard to lose from those scenarios, especially when, you know, if you won, you would have been a champion. It's how does he react from that? And at the moment, he's not been able to react very well. He's 2 goals down in 26 minutes. Yes, there's still plenty of time, but Rosendo starting so well.
A perfect start for Rosendo, and people often say the mental side of FIFA is not really that important and maybe disregard it. I think this match right here is the perfect example of the mental and sort of the confidence and how confidence can affect a player. Rosendo looks a different player than what he did in Game 1 in the first series.
Pause cue by PH, and he comes back into the game. Now, what's changed in terms of the way he's going to want to play now? Only time will tell. 30 minutes played. Resende leads by 2-0 at the moment. He is in the drive-in seat. Player that picked up the championship back in February, just 4 weeks ago. Story would be for him after dropping down into loser bracket in the quarter-final stages online. Knew it was a mountain to climb. But now it's an even playing field. He's done the hard part. He's forced the bracket reset. Now it's just an open two-legged game of FIFA, and he's up by 2-0 after 30 minutes. Perfect start so far. As we said, the winner of this game will go top of the rankings. Potentially, we'll be back-to-back for Resende. On the flip side, 3 titles for PHZ. PHZ needs to score, though. At the moment, he can't break down Resende.
Not only can he not break him down, but he looks, every time that Resende comes forward, like he will concede PHZ right now as well. Certainly the more aggressive of the two players is Resende. Still in that 5-3-2, I should say, as well.
It was a formation that he moved into against PHZ. But on the flip side, is that a 5 back on the other side?
Certainly looks like it. No, it's not, I don't think, actually. It's just a 4. Maybe. I mean, there's about 8 across the back right now.
It's quite a few at the back, isn't there?
I think with the offside traps, it's quite actually hard to tell at the minute because there's just constant offside traps being played. We'll have a look now at half-time.
Half-time. 45 minutes played. Maybe that was the change that PHZ did make. No, it's a 4-4-2, but yeah, it certainly felt like there was about 7 people along the back line for PHZ. 45 minutes played it. The first half of 4 concluded. All smiles at the moment for Resende because he's up by 2-0, Richard.
Up by 2-0 and sort of in a very dominant position. But let's not forget what happened in the first best of 2 between these finalists. PHZ was in this exact position, Brandon, going into the second half of leg number 1. FIFA in over 2 legs is a long, old story. Even one game of FIFA can sometimes, especially if you're in a tough game of FUT Champions or you're playing in a single leg tournament, you can go down sort of 1-2-0 in a one-legged game and still turn it around in that second half. Over 2 legs of FIFA, you've got so much time to play with.
Yeah, and as often as we see it, the second leg always just so different. Sort of clean slate for a lot of players. Always seems to bring the more of the goals in the second leg, as we've seen. They said they can find a third. That's one thing that hasn't happened between these two. Not a 3-goal deficit has been, or a 3-goal cushion, I should say, has been formed for either of these two. The maximum, as you said, it was at 2-0. PHZ won the first game 2-0, and Resende bounced back with one of the best performances we've seen so far. Tell you what, it could be on for a third. Renato just about keeps it on. Bit of confusion between the goalkeeper and Reece James on the side of PHZ. Well, Vieira. As long as things keep moving like this, Resende could be on his way to concluding a very, very good first leg. But unless he can get caught on the break like this. Here's Mbappe. Can Renato just find the run he's looking for? Renato around the corner, chance, PHZ! No!
That has to be a goal. Cristiano Ronaldo gets away from Kyle Walker and wait for the opposite corner into that bottom sort of cross shot, diagonal across the keeper. Dragged wide of the post.
Another chance for PHZ. Lovely ball across the box. Vieira is there. Like a dangerous cross. Patrick Vieira just fell to his feet. Chance to break. Look at the space for Neymar. He can cut it back. Neymar around the corner. Brilliant idea. Recovered by PH in, or maybe not. Neymar still with it. Chance for Sende. Looking for goal number 3. Round the corner. Brilliant save.
Huge save at the near post there from Ederson. Did really well sort of open up the angle. I should say from Schmeichel, actually. Open up the angle at that near post and then look to strike. 4-1-2-1-2 for PH Zin right now. I mean, you wouldn't say desperation, but certainly he recognised that he had to change something. So he's gone narrow.
Just wants a goal, isn't he? A goal or something. Alessandrini comes on for Bruno Fernandez. As you said, Adamaturo alongside that. For PH Zin. 28 minutes left of leg number 1. If you have just tuned in, this is your grand final here in South America. The winner will go top on those Xbox Global Series rankings at the perfect time, just before qualifier number 5, which is literally just around the corner. João Cancelo. I'll find the cut back there. Adamaturo fresh off the bench. He'll be able to match up alongside the forward.
What a challenge.
It's a strong tackle. Mbappe. Look at the back post. There's a lot of space just sort of lurking around if he's able to sort of carve his run. Just a goal for PH would be huge to take into the second leg. Maybe we can see it now. João Cancelo, get the ball into the box if he can. Mbappe plays it short. Mbappe still. Ronaldo's there waiting, can't find the pass.
Just enough numbers as well behind the ball as he tried to sort of recycle it across the box into the penalty area. Sort of a shift across, make sure everyone's got a position rather than a man, sort of zonally marking and making sure there was no room to move it into the space for PH Zin.
Resende looking for goal number 3 now. Mbappe's in the box. He's got Neymar there as well. Ronaldo. Chance back inside. 3-0. The perfect first leg for Resende.
Huge goal from Resende right there. Not the first time we've seen that exact move. Out wide, he goes into the wing back and then the wing back back in with that first time pass on the sort of diagonal in the through ball. Gets to the byline. One thing on his mind right there, get the ball into the box. Beautiful cutback from Resende. And you would argue, potentially sets him up for the second leg as well now. 3-0 lead.
Oh, absolutely. Mbappe this time on the score sheet after Cristiano Ronaldo's first half brace. Resende finds a third. And now PH's in. It's 12 minutes to come up with just something in this first game before heading into leg number 2. As I said, the first time in the game, there's been a 3-goal deficit between the two, a 3-goal gap. Kulusevski, can he find somebody? The right pass, the right time. Again, a poor decision there. Sort of back to goal pass, went for the sort of skill. Back heel came to nothing in the end. This time, Mbappe. Lovely directional nutmeg again. Superb defending from Reece James. He is being the star of the show at the back. PH In's first defeat came to Resende in a penalty shootout just 15 minutes ago. How's it affected him, you may ask? Well, look at the scoreline right now. I'll tell you what, that's the goal that he needed.
Huge goal for PH Zin. Cristiano Ronaldo, first time finesse shot as the ball rolled into him. Talk about a confidence boost. Potentially all PHC needs is that one goal to get the steam train rolling again.
Just the goal, as you said, it just completely narrows the game up. It's only a 2-goal deficit. We saw it turned around in the last game. There's no doubt why it can't happen again. Finesse from the edge of the box. Just gives PHC something to take into leg 2. Maybe more. Neymar into Ronaldo, drops the shoulder. Oh, no! Again, Ronaldo the golden chance.
He had 2 of them in that matchup right there. In that first leg, he's had 2 huge chances with CR7 on his left foot. The first one, he flashed wide of the diagonal, and that one, he's just gone to bend it and sort of caress it into the far post, puts it wide. You've got to argue, is that R9? Do those chances go in with the 5-star weak foot? That's a debate for another day.
I mean, what a chance. That one goes missing in the end. That's what Ronaldo can also do on his left foot in those sort of areas. That was the first goal for Resende in the tie. Again, he did score another one before the brace, as you see it right now. Cristiano Ronaldo, again, on the score sheet here. Turns his man well. Directional nutmeg into a pocket of space. And by half-time, Resende was leading by 2-0.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was going to shoot on his left foot there, but he sort of figured it out quickly and then shifted the ball and his body weight to shoot on the right. Great save from Schmeichel at the near post there. Mbappe in around the box, heel to heel, cancel. Now finds the ball to CR7. João Cancelo. Just look at this run from Ronaldo. Cutting. He came short and then went in behind very quickly. Slammed it across the box to Mbappe. But PHC did not lie down. Kylian Mbappe with a little pass into Ronaldo, edge of the box. First time finesse shot whipped into that far post. And this right here has to go in for PHC.
What a chance. What a chance. If that goes in, we go into a second leg with such a different story, Rich. I mean, it goes, as you said, from a 2-goal sort of gap between the two to just a 1-goal gap. But as you said, Ronaldo, you expect him to just be on target. And that's the team of the year, Ronaldo, I believe, that PHC does have in those areas. But yeah, does not have that 5-star week for those big moments. Is that an argument for another day, as you said? Maybe so. All PHC can do now is look ahead to that second leg. That will be coming up after a very, very short break. As you said, we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time to find out who will be the winner from qualifier number 4 here in South America. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Ready for this.
Trying to get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the
Well, welcome back for the final time here in South America for qualifier number 4. We can confirm it will be the last time because there's no way this game can go, and it could go into extra time, but, you know, we're still a long, long way away from that one. Of course, my name is Brandon Smith. Joining me is Richard Buckley for this second leg. I mean, all to play for still, Richard. I mean, you're thinking the PH in this small break now, this small interval before the next game. Be thinking Ronaldo scores at least 1 or 2 of those chances. It's a completely different game we're going into. I mean, it's a 2-goal cushion for Resende. Is it enough? Let's have to wait and see because, you know, 2 goals really isn't enough a lot of the time.
If you are PH in right now, you can't think about those missed chances. You have to just get them out of your mind, focus on the second leg, almost think back to, well, how we're in this position, leading by 2 goals. What did Resende do to me to claw the game back? Are we going to see a flip, reverse of what we saw in the first series? Only time will tell. If you want to find out if you want to cast your vote and who you think will be victorious, you can vote in the chat, either Resende or PH Zin. Lots of votes going to Resende. Just got introduced to some music there as well as you join the game. What a lovely introduction.
Yeah, it must be the grand final time music there. It was a lovely introduction. We are on the way for this one now. Resende against PH Zin for the final time this evening. Resende wins. It'll be back-to-back wins in South America. Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2 had PH Zin's name on it. Qualifier 3, Resende won. Resende can hold on to this. Qualifier number 4 will also have his name on. And it sets it up perfectly for qualifier number 5, which we expect both of them, of course, to be within. However, PH Zin has been so dominant this year. Comes off the back of an E-Club World Cup win just a couple of weeks ago. Alongside 2 major tournaments. Yes, it was months ago, but still that consistency cannot be looked down upon. Of course, PH Zin kicking from right to left in the white. Wins a free kick 21 metres out. That one played short into Bruno Fernandez. Still directional nutmeg. Just sort of try and buy him a little bit of space. Wins a corner. Early start is crucial here and an early goal. Even more so. Played in towards Ronaldo.
Just looking at the minimap, is there a counter-attack? You just saw Ronaldo sort of run offside there. But he could have a potential opportunity to counter here. Very calm though, keeping hold of the ball. Forcing PH in backwards.
You can see there's 5 at the back that Resende still is looking towards. Look how high those fullbacks are, as you mentioned. Sort of just giving the fullbacks more nightmares. However, if you're quick enough to break, you can find these pockets of space. Can he take his advantage? Ronaldo can't push past the defender.
Much needed touch from Theo Hernandez right there.
Still not dealt with.
It's a long game if he wants to just hold possession and try and keep the ball. Resende, I don't think that will be the game plan. I think it will be pull PH in onto you and then hit him on the counter.
Another goal for Resende. Really put him in the driving seat if he wasn't already. In the form of another goal. This Cristiano Ronaldo has been unbelievable for him. Lovely idea this could be. Bruno Fernandez back to goal. That's the sort of hustle his way. Hustle and bustle in the box between Theo Hernandez, who's also there. He wins the ball back for PH Zin.
He's won it back as well. That's huge. Counter-attack could have been potentially on there. Not only has he won the ball, but he's won the possession as well.
Look at the space.
A lot of space. I was about to say that, yeah. A lot of space to attack.
Sende's patience pay off. Forced to bracket reset after winning on penalty shootout. After an extra time match after 2 legs, 3-3 the score, and it was an incredible game. First time that Resende's actually beaten PH. No better time for the result to come.
Lots of room for him to accelerate into.
Third of this one gone already. Still, the scoreline remains the same. 0-0 in this game, 3-1. PH looking for a way back in the tie.
Just had a look at the chat as well. Lots of people in between the talk and chitter-chatter talking about how PH needs to be more offensive, needs to show a little bit of that attacking mentality that he has in his games beforehand. Otherwise, this is Resende's game.
Chance round the corner, Resende for another! And that's the free goal cushion. He's been wanting to reinstate since the first minute kicked off in this second game.
Lots of his goals that he scored, Resende, have been down the wing and then hitting that cutback. Ronaldo and Mbappe, both Team of the Year variants, linking up perfectly inside the box. I should say the 95 Ronaldo for Resende. Surely that's game, set and match.
I mean, there's still plenty and plenty of time left. But Resende is on his way to being a back-to-back champion in South America. And you have to give him credit. He's gone through the loser bracket, Rich. He's forced a bracket reset. I don't want to say it's over yet, though, because there's still a lot of time left.
We've seen crazier things happen in South America. But Resende just looks like a different animal right now. I'll tell you what he looks like, Brandon. He looks like a champion.
Could it be for the second time? I mean, that sets up April's qualifier in a ridiculous way. That is half-time. Resende denies PH in for 45 minutes and scores himself a goal as well. It's 5-3-2 that seems to be working wonders for him.
So formation change needed for PH right now into the narrow. He's just been struggling to break down this 5-3-2. He doesn't know where to sort of attack, really.
No,
45 minutes.
All I can say is strap yourselves in for 45 minutes of pressure from PH because it's going to be wave after wave. Alessandrini comes on again for Firmino, and I guess Traore will also be the change. This will be the first time that PH has lost in a grand final. This is unfamiliar words. An unfamiliar circumstance. We're not used to seeing with PH in. When he comes into these broadcasts, he goes and wins them.
Certainly unusual to say the least, won't it? To be on the receiving end, to be second place.
I don't remember who's on the other side.
I really don't think he's sort of looked anywhere near his best. As soon as he let that 2-goal lead slip, he was 2-0 up. It then went to 2-2, 3-3. He lost the penalty shootout. As soon as he went 2-0 up, his performance sort of petered out. And this could be game, set and match right now. You see all those black shirts forward.
You look at sort of the resume of Resende. He's travelled all over the world playing competitive FIFA now for a handful of years. Played for a handful of football clubs, esports organisations in his time. And he's always been that player that If you sort of invest into him as a FIFA pro, you can guarantee that he's going to make finals. He's going to qualify for things, whether it's playoffs, whether it's World Cup Grand Finals. And although this has been such a different year for so many FIFA players, yes, there's new players that have come out and done so well across all the regions, but still, the old guard that's there and have been able to adapt to these online scenarios they find themselves in. Here's PH in. Still wanting to give this a go. I mean, he's still in the game. With 30 minutes left, Resende fuming there as goalkeeper.
Don't think he's necessarily fuming with the goalkeeper, but also he gave the possession away quite poorly, Resende. Handed over the keys. And PH Zin just let himself in.
The point I was trying to make is just how impressed I've been by it. And every year the game can change and some players will sort of fall off or others will stay knocking on the door and playing good FIFA. Resende now to adapt the way he's played from home. However, there's 25 minutes left in this one. There's only 2 goals between the two. Has that goal given PH in something to build upon now? Here he comes. PH in. Surely not. Darts in the box, well defended by Reece James. He has been unbelievable, as he always seems to be. Long ball over the top. Resende will try and run onto it. Reece James again clears it up. On the flip side for PH in. 20 minutes away. Here's Resende. Unless PH in has got other ideas. Adama Traore. He goes for a goal kick in the end. Resende will take a pause. Will take a breather.
Now with around 17, 18 minutes left in this second leg, PH Zin needs to go. Something needs to happen. It needs to happen right now. Potentially Mbappe coming off, is it? And just a change, Mbappe into midfield and Neymar leading the line. So just a quick change between those two. A little bit more physical Mbappe, especially in midfield.
Minutes left in this one. Resende, back-to-back champion, potentially on the cards here, preventing PH Zin from his 3rd title this year. As we said, it sets up that 5th qualifier in April in the best way possible.
On the other side of that, just having a quick look, he says Renier for Bruno for PH Zin. I think that was the only change, was it? That latest pause for PH Zin.
"15 minutes away. One more goal will certify the tie for Resende. You often see from a FIFA player that's a lot of experience. There's no need to go forward. There's no need to risk losing possession when you're in front. When you've got a 2-goal advantage, just sit on it.
Yeah, of course he would love to score again, but you have to play the percentage game. When you go forward, less players are there to pass to, more chance of losing the ball. When you've got it in the defensive and midfield third, there's so many different options that you can pass to. And trying to go forward, lose out on the ball, and gives PH Zin a good opportunity to come at him again.
8 minutes left to carve 2 goals for PH Zin. Resende back in possession. It's his to throw away, in all honesty. You can look after the ball. He will be fine. There will be a second major for him. What a pickup for Inter Esports in the Brazilian. He will go top of the pile on the Xbox, and Leicester's late drama. PH in chance, blocked on the line by Kyle Walker. Still the chances alive for Alessandrini if he can find a way around the corner. João Cancelo does enough. Still PH in looking, knocking on the door.
I think that's it, Brandon.
And Resende will complete the loser bracket story that we rarely see. From loser bracket round 3. He knows it as well. He knows what he's been able to achieve. He's beaten the joint #1 ranked. He will now be top of the pile in South America. Back-to-back victories for Resende. The Brazilian has done it again.
Resende cements himself as #1, as the champ in South America. He's won 2 Global Series qualifiers. PH Zin has won 2 Global Series qualifiers. Surely one of these two is going to have an unbelievable run come the playoffs, come the World Cup Grand Final, because they are dominating the Xbox in South America.
For so long, Richard, for so long, these two have been joint neck on those rankings. They came into today's tournament on the exact same points. We can confirm now that Resende will be #1 in South America by 60 points, just 60 points before we go into qualifier number 5. PH Zin is finally defeated as well. I mean, for a long time, we thought this guy was unstoppable. I mean, after E-Club World Cup victories, he's won 2 of these major tournaments before. Resende's never beaten him.
Well, he's been #1 player since, November? For like 4 months, he's been the top player in Brazil, and now finally drops down to the #2 spot. Resende taking the #1 spot in South America. And what a turnaround as well. The bracket reset, he had to go through the trenches in order to get to this grand final. But today, Resende has looked incredible, in all honesty. 6-1, 8-2, penalty shootout victory, and then a 4-2 win.
Just looking across the board as well, it's not like you never get an easy game in these tournaments with how competitive it is in the top 4. As you said, a massive result against Klinger, an even bigger game against Gabriel, came into the final, and as we said, was 2-0 down. Was 2-0 down after leg #1, turned it around, went to a penalty shootout, kept his nerve from the spot, and then played probably the best game I think he's played across the 2 legs in that last game to take down PH Zin, not once, but twice, and to make it a back-to-back win. 2 titles for Resende. I mean, we know that those two are going to be at the playoffs and a couple of others already before even coming into today, but they look dangerous, don't they? And I mean, that's saying a lot compared to every other region as well. I mean, it looks so stacked here in South America, and we've had the honour of seeing just these rankings unfold after the last 4 months.
Yeah, not only dangerous, but looking sort of just so clinical as well, and so composed. Resende, he led games, he trailed in games, but altogether he showed why he is the complete package in South America. From the commentary booth, that's myself, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith checking out for today. We'll be back tomorrow to send you all the PlayStation action, but let's hear from our winner, Resende, joined now with Kyle and Uli.
Brandon, thank you so much for that one. Yes, Resende climbed through the bottom, climbed through the losers bracket, made his way all the way to that grand final, then had to force the bracket reset. He managed to do that, Ulabari, and here we are with a back-to-back champion in Resende.
Yeah, I think just such a great champion, right? He has to feel even better because at first in the season he struggled playing against PHC, right? So now that in this important moment of the season he is back-to-back champion, he has to be so proud of himself.
He does indeed. Right, we saw a glimpse of him. Let's bring him into the broadcast right now. We can talk to our back-to-back champion. He won qualifier number 3 and number 4. Resende, I'm going to give you another chance to get your trophy and show it us one more time. You did that celebration. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yes.
We love that right there. We do love it. Now, Resende, I do think you are muted, all right? Could you unmute yourself for us? we're having some technical issues. Yeah, could you just unmute yourself? Let's have a look. We'll get that one sorted. Right, there we go. Resende, simple question. Back-to-back champion. You must feel incredible.
Yeah, I don't have words to say what I'm feeling now, but I'm really happy. I work hard for it, and I get the back-to-back champion.
Resende, congrats, parceiro, congrats. In your honor, I have this little scarf of Inter. Well, the first gift I ever got from football. Yes, because Inter has to be proud. And also, with complete respect to PHC, because I call him the Beast, and he is such a beast, and I put my sunglasses in honor of the Beast. But there's a new Beast. There's a new final boss in South America. So this is for you, Resende. Respect, congratulations. And I want to ask you, because we know that there's a lot of debate about Europe being the toughest region, and I think that's a region in which there are more, like quantity-wise, pro players and top players. Okay, but do you think the best players from South America, and in this case North America, for instance in Joxan, actually have a chance to win the FIFA World Cup because Joxan, PHC, and you and Matthias two-time champions, back-to-back champions. So we're talking about the most consistent players in the world right now are from North America and South America. And as Latins, we have to be proud of that. So what do you think of that? Do Latins have what it takes?
Yeah, I think we have 100% that win the World Cup, because like the last year, we in South America and of course North America is playing very well, is getting some titles, and 100% that we can win against everyone. So, and that's why we are working for World Cup, and we're gonna try get this trophy 100%.
Now, we've seen the first four qualifiers. PHZ won the first two. You've won the third and the fourth, all right? You two have absolutely dominated on the Xbox side of things in South America. What makes you two the best out of the region?
I think it's because we work hard, you know. Me and Piagazin is playing, I think, every day, practice every day. Of course, Gabriel also is playing every day, and other players too. But it's difficult to say, but I think it's because we are working hard, and every day wake up and training FIFA or something like mental. And I just wanna say for Piagazin now that he's very good player. He's an absolute beast. So was a really good final, and I hope we can play in other tournaments.
It was a great final, Resende. And just final question. I mean, you've been so consistent through the season, but I think it's clear that you're just playing on a even better level in these last two qualifiers. I said it even from the first round. You look better in that first round than the skills you showed, the talent you showed in the previous qualifier when you were champion. So yeah, what have you worked on in your game? Maybe it can also be about mentality, because you know there's such small margins at this level. So what have you worked on to improve your game?
Yeah, I think my mentality is better now in this qualifying, because when I played the first one, I was not so good. So I think it's 1 point that I'm winning tournaments, and I just it's like I said, I'm working every day, and not like only attack or only defense, but my all game, and yeah, that's it.
Incredible. Well, we've got to say congratulations. You are the fourth qualifier champion in the South America region right here. Give us the trophy one more time. Show us the trophy.
Please.
Come on, one more time. Just one more time. There we go. Congratulations, Resende. I'm sure we'll be seeing you very soon. Well done.
Congrats, Parceiro.
Thank you. See you soon.
Enjoy.
Incredible right there. What a performance it was coming through that losers bracket, having it all to do, but he managed to pull it back and we can crown him the champion. Yes, Resende, back-to-back champion, qualifiers number 3 and number 4. Right, moving on, let's have a look back at some of the action from today. We've got our play of the day presented by Mercado Libre.
Yeah, so here we have a really important goal because Resende here was losing in the first game where he was gonna eventually do a reset, and it's just the composure here. Richard Buckley talked about it. Here, the composure, you can see it. Why? Because he uses the player lock mechanic to make that pass to full PHC, that he was just gonna go for an easy pass. And if we pay attention, in the box, in the 88th minute, when you need the goal so badly, to do this is just on another level, honestly. Look at this composure from Resende, but then the player lock to Cristiano Ronaldo. And that double movement is just impossible to defend. But honestly, in that moment, it was just crazy to think about that. And that's what you need to do to beat PHC. And then we saw PHC with a heel-to-heel. We're talking about clearly, no argument, the best players from South America in Xbox.
We are indeed the best players. They've absolutely dominated over 4 qualifiers. In the 4th one, this is how things unfolded. All of our action starting today in that winners final. PH Zine taking on Gabriel Arten. It was PH Zine who came out on top, made his way to the grand final. We dropped down to our losers semi-final. Resende taking on Klinger. It was Resende who came out on top. And then he defeated Gabriel PN Arten, and that meant he had to face Gabriel's teammate in PH Zine in the grand final. He had it all to do. He had to force the bracket reset. He managed to do that. And then we crowned our back-to-back champion in Inter Resende. What a performance. And Uli, it's just a pleasure to watch the best of this region going head-to-head.
Yes, completely. I mean, just what a final we just enjoyed. And I think there's, with all respect to PHC, because he's still a complete beast, but there's a new final boss in South America and Xbox. There are 2 clear final bosses, I think, right now in the Global Series. One is Joxan in North America, and the other one is now Resende back-to-back champion. So what a season we're having so far in the Global Series.
What a season indeed. All of the European competitors, they are quaking in their boots as we get closer to that FIFA World Cup, where we'll be able to see the best of the best from each region going head to head. Right, that's day 1 done and dusted, but we've got day 2 tomorrow coming up for you on the PlayStation side of things. In the winners final, Crew Mateus, he takes on Magado right there. They will go head to head. And then in the losers bracket side of things, you've got Nicholas 99 FC, aka the Iceman. He takes on Migueles, and we will see how that happens. Argentina taking on Brazil in both of those first matches. Uli, have you got enough excitement, or do we have to go again? Is the bar going to be raised tomorrow?
Wow, honestly, after this, I think this might be so far the best qualifier in South America we've seen in Xbox. And tomorrow, well, Brazil against Argentina, we got Nicolas Matias, 2-time champion as well. So yeah, let's see if he can do it again, but in the winners bracket, or if Nicolas can now do that amazing performance that Resende just showed us, that you can win through losers bracket as well. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow is going to be even better than today, but after what we've seen, I don't know, hopefully the same indeed. Yeah.
We could have double back-to-back champions. Imagine that. Everyone at home, thank you so much for tuning in here on day 1 of the FIFA 21 Global Series South America qualifier number 4. From myself, Uli, Richard and Brandon, thank you so much. We'll see you on day 2 when the PlayStation side of things kicks off. See you there.
The beach that I wanted, the peace route. Somebody go tell them what I'm all about. Putting in work hot, I'm on now. Y'all been looking like some Boy Scouts. Starting these fires, but not really having desires. Pull it together, y'all looking real stupid. If you in love, don't ask for no Cupid. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I gotta work. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. Some told me that I couldn't do it, so I had to work on improvement. Standing up to my opponent, I had to let him know I had been chosen. This is my moment, this is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone animal. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone animal. I think I'm losing control. I think I've gone animal. Facing all of my ops, kill them off with the rock. You cannot stop what I got. My power comes from up top. Good God. All of the blessings keep coming. I'ma need time to keep counting them up, keep lining them up. I'm filling my cup, I'm overflowing. Now we running it up, run it up. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. We came for the win. Hey. My whole team going in. We winning, we win. I said what I said. Oh yeah. Ain't no other option, ain't no way you stopping. We go hard and so don't need to gain a profit. Put us in the trenches. We came off the benches, ready for the action. This is really passion. This is my moment. This is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment, I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone animal. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone animal. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone animal.
Cancel Christmas for you, on the spot. Ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. Go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. Getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up. I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
I was born, exhibiting the true mark